We will call the City Council to order. It's 5 p.m. City Clerk, may I have a roll call, please?
Yes, Your Honor. Councilmember Griffith,
Here.
Councilmember Kaji,
Here.
Councilmember Kalani,
Present.
Councilmember Lewis,
Here.
Councilmember Matucci,
Here.
Councilmember Sheikh,
Here.
Mayor Chen.
Present. The council will now recess to closed session to confer with city manager and city attorney on agenda matters listed under 14A, conference with legal counsel, existing litigation. 14B, conference with labor negotiator. 14C, real property, conference with real property negotiator. 14D and 14E, conference with legal counsel, anticipated litigation. A closed session on these matters is authorized by California Government Code Section 54956.9D1, 54957.6, 54956.8, 54956.9D4, and 54956.9D2. Thank you. Good evening. We've been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Good evening, Your Honor. No action to report. Thank you.
Thank you. We will now reconvene our City Council meeting. I'd like to welcome everyone joining us in the council chambers, along with everyone watching us remotely. Next item is a flag salute and invocation. Is there anyone in our audience who is a military veteran or former serving and currently serving? Please stand or raise your hand so that we may recognize you. Remain standing, please. Now, Councilman Sheikh will lead us on a flag salute, and then Councilman Griffith will announce who will do the invocation.
Thank you, Mayor. My honor, please put your right hand on your heart and begin. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Please remain standing. I'd like to introduce Major Tim Smith to come up. He and his wife, Major Sybil Smith, are the pastors and administrators for the Salvation Army Torrance office, and they serve the Torrance and surrounding communities. Major Tim has been a Salvation Army officer for 24 years, having served in Greeley, Colorado, Eureka, California, Anchorage, Alaska, and Phoenix, Arizona. The Smiths have been residents of Torrance since June, with a daughter in our own public school system. Since arriving in Torrance, the Smiths have had the opportunity to help organize school supply drives, a community Thanksgiving dinner, the Share Your Voice vocal competition for high school students, and are now working to collect Christmas toys for children in need in our community, as well as, I'm sure everyone is familiar with, the Red Kettle program that we will be also implementing here in Torrance. Please, Major Smith.
For the many blessings we enjoy, for the community that we live in, for the people from all walks of life with whom we share this space, and the precious creation all around us that reminds us of your constant presence and your gracious love for all people. Particularly as we enter into this holiday season, may your love touch all those who may be struggling in different ways. May you help us to surround them as a community. May there be no one within our influence whose need goes forgotten or overlooked or neglected. May they find a renewed sense of hope during this special season. We thank you for the opportunity of service to our neighbor, to our city, and to our country. I thank you for this assembly of public servants, for the dedicated leadership they provide and their commitment to serving others and building a stronger community. I would ask that you would grant them clarity and wisdom in dealing with the issues before them that impact us all. May the decisions that they arrive at be grounded in both justice and compassion. May they encourage an attitude of civility and respect, and may they promote the best interest of our citizens, our children, and our community. For all this we ask in your name, Lord. Amen.
Thank you. I am delighted to welcome the Torrance Civic Chorale to our City Council meeting tonight to continue the tradition of kicking off the holidays with a live performance. The chorale has provided the South Bay with exceptional music, instruction, and cultural enhancement since 1961. The group consists of more than 90 singers that auditioned to join the chorale. These singers represent professions in aerospace, banking and investment, education, military, medical, government, parents, retirees, and students. The chorale has a concert on Friday, December 8th at 7:30 p.m. in the James R. Armstrong Theater. I highly encourage everyone to attend. The concert is titled A Winter Holiday, with special guests from North High School Highlight Choir, featuring holiday music from around the world and nostalgic songs of the season. At this time, I would like to invite the Torrance Civic Chorale, their longtime accompanist, Diana Brownson, and Artistic Director, Dr. Edward Trimis, to join us at the front of the council chambers for a preview of their concert.
Great. Thank you very much. We're going to be singing Hark the Herald and Peace, Peace. We hope to see you at our concert on December 8th at 7:30 or at the Torrance Memorial Festival of Cheese this Thursday at 6 o'clock. Hope you enjoy it.
The herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Peace on earth and mercy mild, God and sinners reconciled. Joyful all the nations rise, join the triumph of the skies, with angelic crows proclaim, Christ is born in Bethlehem. Hark the herald angels sing, glory to the newborn King. Gloria, glory to the newborn King. Gloria, glory to the newborn King. Hail the heavenly grace of peace. Hail the Son of righteousness. Light and life to all he brings. Risen healing in his wings, but he lays his glory by. For that man no more may die, born to raise the sons of earth, born to give them second birth.
Thank you, Torrance Civic Corral. Appreciate you coming. I encourage all our community to go watch you at the Armstrong Theater or at Torrance Memorial. I hope somebody took a picture. Good. We're now moving on to item 3. I'll take a motion to waive further reading of resolutions and ordinances after number and title.
Motion to waive further readings.
We need a second.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 4, announcement of withdrawn, deferred, and or supplemental items.
Thank you, Your Honor. Autumn Chapman, City Manager. We are requesting to defer item 10A from Community Development, which is to consider appeal of Planning Commission denial of a Planning Commission review to allow construction of a new 2-unit residential development in conjunction with demolition of the contributing structure and a conditional use permit to allow development that exceeds a .065 floor area ratio on property located within the Torrance tract overlay in the R2 zone at 1724 Arlington Avenue. Deferred to the January 9, 2023 City Council meeting in order to provide more time. There are also supplemental materials for item 7, oral communications, item 8B from Civil Service Commission and Human Resources to approve the reclassification of 1.0 full-time equivalent human resources analyst position, 9J from Public Works to adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code section pertaining to refuse and rubbish collection, scavenging prohibited, commercial solid waste, reporting waste diversion, recycling graffiti, and adopts categorical exemption under the California Environmental Quality Act, CEQA, guideline section 15308, actions by regulatory agencies for protection from the environment, class 8, and section 15061B, section sub 3, review for exemption, approved ordinance summary for publication, and lastly on 10B, which is finance and general services, to conduct public hearing on airport landing fees, adopt ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code TMC pertaining to airport landing fee, adopt resolution establishing airport landing fee rate, and approve ordinance summary for publication, and adopt California Environmental Quality Act CEQA exemption. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. So for those who came here tonight for the Arlington item on item 10A, that has been moved to January 9th. I just want to repeat that again, just in case there are anyone here for the Arlington Development Project. We'll move on to item 5, Council Committee Meetings and Announcements, and I will start out. I'd like to extend my warmest congratulations to Torrance High School football team for their outstanding achievement in winning the 2023 CIF Southern Section Championship. This victory is a testament to the exceptional talent and hard work of each member of the Tartar football family. This weekend, we saw the true spirit of teamwork and excellence. Your resilience, grit, and sportsmanship and unwavering commitment have culminated in this remarkable triumph. Thank you to the family members, teachers, coaches, and friends who lend their support, because without you, these athletes would not be where they are today. May this win be just a stepping stone to even greater accomplishments, both in sports and in life. Your hard work and perseverance remind us all that with passion and unity, any goal can be achieved. Once again, congratulations on this historic victory. I'd like to ask staff to coordinate with Torrance High School and invite the football team and coaching staff to join us for a future City Council meeting where we can acknowledge them here in the council chambers. Next one, on Tuesday, December 12th, 4:30 in front of the City Hall, will host the menorah lighting ceremony, officiated by Rabbi Didi Thomas in honor of Hanukkah season. The lighting will occur in front of City Hall. The residents, families, and Torrance community are invited to attend. Third item, in an effort to strengthen our city's emergency preparedness, I'd like to get council concurrence to allow Alert South Bay, a regional emergency alert and notification platform, to conduct a wireless emergency alert test on January 9, 2024 at 11:20 a.m. This is a region-wide test to include as many of the South Bay cities as possible. While Torrance Alerts, the city's primary mass notification system, would activate in the event of an emergency in Torrance. If a regional disaster or emergency were to occur in neighboring communities, Alert South Bay would activate. Alert South Bay serves as an integrated cross-jurisdictional public alert and warning notification system for 15 South Bay cities. The Wireless Emergency Alert System, or WEA, is an essential part of our emergency preparedness, enabling authorized agencies to disseminate crucial information about dangerous weather to missing children and other critical situations. Authorized public safety officials send WEA alerts through the Federal Emergency Management Agency, or FEMA, Integrated Public Alert and Warning System, or IPAWS, to participating wireless carriers, which then push the alert to compatible mobile devices in the affected area. The purpose of the test is to ensure the continued effectiveness of WEA when warning the public about emergencies. By being a part of this test, we are taking a proactive approach in preparedness, ensuring that our alert and warning system is reliable before a crisis unfolds. Do I have council concurrence? I know it's a mouthful. That's a 7-0 concurrence. And my last announcement, as chairman of the Federal Legislative Committee, I would like to announce that the Federal Legislative Advocacy Committee will convene on Monday, December 4th from 12 to 1 p.m. The committee meet in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers, which is this chamber. The purpose of the meeting is to review city's priority projects for the fiscal year 2024 appropriation. For the next announcement, Councilman Kanji, I believe you have two, actually.
Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening. The Finance and Governmental Operations Committee will meet here in the Leroy J. Jackson Council Chambers on Tuesday, December 12th, 2023 at 3 o'clock p.m. We will discuss the fiscal year 2023 through 2024 first quarter budget review report and any proposed program modifications. Members of the public are encouraged to join. Thank you. And the next item, for Mayor Chen and members of the Torrance City Council, on September 28, 2023, Los Angeles County Supervisor Holly Mitchell requested Metro staff to postpone bringing any recommendations related to the sea line extension to Torrance until she has had a chance to facilitate public engagement and outreach within her communities in the South Bay region. As one of the Los Angeles Metro Board Directors, Supervisor Mitchell will now be working with LA Metro staff to host additional meetings between now and January 2024, where members of her communities can learn more about this project and its impacts. Staff also confirmed with the Los Angeles Metro team that the item will not be brought to the Metro Board for a vote until at least March of 2024. I am in the process of scheduling meetings with each member of the Los Angeles Metro Board of Directors to discuss my concerns with this project. Therefore, I would like to take this opportunity to ask the mayor and my colleagues to consider having staff postpone the sea line extension discussion along with the Torrance Police Department's transit safety and security plan until early 2024. This will allow all of us additional time to discuss our issues with the Los Angeles Metro Board of Directors and provide members of the public more opportunities to learn about this project. Do I have council concurrence? Thank you.
That was a 7-0. And Councilman Griffith, you have two.
Well, actually, I've got three. Two of them are related, but thank you. First, I wanted, from the city, with their winter holidays here, I wanted to share the latest update on the street sweeping schedule and concerns of citations during the holiday season. Beginning Sunday, December 17th through Tuesday, January 2nd, the issuing of citations for street sweeping violations will be suspended during the winter holiday season, as we have for many, many years in the past. However, all vehicles determined to be in violation of a parking restriction other than street sweeping will still be subject to a parking citation. This includes curbs painted red, blue, white, yellow, and green. Those are always enforced. Street sweeping operations will also continue during the holiday period. Weekly street sweeping services help to keep city streets clean, and by moving vehicles off the street so the street sweepers have clear access to the curb and gutter, public works crews are able to continue doing their job without disruption. We encourage residents to move their cars on a voluntary basis during this time period. For questions on street sweeping parking regulations, you can contact the Traffic Division at the Torrance Police Department at 310-618-5557, or for Public Works inquiries, you can email publicworksinfo@torranceca.gov. And thank you to the city for implementing that little reprieve. The second set of announcements I have are again related to the Torrance Sister City program. As I've mentioned in the past, the Sister City Cultural Arts or Cultural Exchange Program is now in the process of accepting applications for students to become delegates for the July 2024 trip to Japan, our sister city, Kashiwa. And so if anyone is interested in and is attending high school here in Torrance, there is an application you can find online at the Sister City website. It's Sister City, torrancesistercity.org. All the information about the qualifications and the application information are there for all students to attend. It's a wonderful program. It's a 3-week trip to Japan at our sister city in Kashiwa, and we've been doing this now. We just celebrated our 50th anniversary of doing this, and the kids who have gone have always said it's been a life-changing opportunity, and we certainly encourage any of the kids interested in learning more about the culture of Japan and bringing our culture to Japan are welcome to apply. The second thing is that with all these kids, we need an adult leader to supervise them. And so Sister City is also looking for an adult leader, and the qualifications for that adult leader are on the website as well. They need to accompany up to 8 high school students to the Torrance Sister City Kashiwa on the July 2024 3-week trip, learn about the Student Cultural Exchange Program, and spend up to 3 weeks in Japan as an ambassador of goodwill. If you are interested in potentially becoming a adult leader for the student delegation in July, please go to the website, torrancesistercity.org, and find out all the details and the application. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis?
Thank you, Mayor. With the increase in popularity of electric bike usage, and we anticipate a lot of extra e-bikes after the holidays, the Torrance Police Department has been working to address the concerns and challenges that come with this popular mode of transportation. Some of these concerns include high speeds, reckless riding, and the potential for accidents, particularly where e-bikes interact with pedestrians and traditional vehicular traffic. In response to the concerns, the Torrance Police Department's Traffic Division has been working on an e-bike safety program to ensure these e-bikes are operated in a safe and consistent manner for both riders and the general public. I would like to ask for council concurrence to ask staff to bring back an item at the next council meeting for a presentation on the Torrance Police Department's e-bike efforts, along with any laws that are pending or expected to be passed on the state level, and have an update on the council meeting set for January 9th, 2024. Do I have council concurrence? Thank you.
That's a 7-0. All right, moving on to item 6, community matters. Oh, Chief Dumais. Maybe I missed you. Go ahead.
No, sir. Thank you, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and Council. David Dumais, Fire Chief. We would like to remind the community that the Torrance Refining Company will be conducting the monthly test of the Community Alert Siren System tomorrow, Wednesday, December 6th at 11:30 a.m. That's 1 week from tomorrow. As a reminder, this is only a test. The test is described as follows. A 1-minute all-clear chime will precede the 2-minute siren tone test. Total testing time will not exceed 5 minutes. It is important to note the siren tone carries a greater distance and may be heard beyond the reach of the chimes. During an actual emergency, when you hear the sirens, we encourage the community to take action to shelter, shut, and listen for instructions from the city. Shelter in place means if you are outside while at home, go inside. Close all windows, doors, and vents, and turn off air conditioning. Listen for instructions from local cable, radio, social media sites, and through Torrance alerts. If driving, continue to drive. Close all windows and vents, set air conditioning to recirculate, turn your radio to 1620 AM city sounds for local instructions. Listen for the chimes that signal the all clear message to signal the emergency is concluded. For additional information regarding the community sirens, please contact the Torrance Refining Company Community Relations at 310-212-1852. That's 310-212-1852. We also encourage the community to sign up for Torrance Alerts, which is Torrance's emergency notification and warning system. For more information regarding Torrance Alerts, please go to the city's webpage. Thank you, Your Honor.
Thank you. Moving on to item 6, community matters. Item 6A is a resolution honoring Assistant Fire Chief Brian Hudson upon his retirement from the city of Torrance after 24 years of service. At this moment, I'm going to ask him to come to the podium, and once you get to the podium, I will ask our council member to start reading the resolution.
Whereas Brian T. Hudson began his fire service career as a reserve firefighter with the Fountain Valley Fire Department and as a volunteer firefighter with the La Habra Heights Fire Department from February through September 1995. Brian began working as a full-fledged firefighter with the Tucson Fire Department in October 1995. He started his firefighter career with the city of Torrance on March 1st, 1999. Brian's passion, experience, and skills earned him promotions to the ranks of fire engineer in December 2006, fire captain in December 2007, and to his current position as assistant chief on January 2nd, 2022, and
Whereas, as a firefighter, Brian showed dedication and eagerness in his duties. He was a role model and a great motivator. Brian was committed to acquiring knowledge and skills that ultimately became a strong foundation for change. He served as an EMT instructor and for the TFD paramedic preceptor. He studied consistently to promote and was successful. And
Whereas, as a fire engineer, Brian was exemplary in all apparatus and equipment operations, emphasizing safety and courtesy. His quest for knowledge and commitment to excellence continued to blossom. Engineer Hudson possessed outstanding teaching skills and used them to his advantage when he assisted in instructing the Torrance Fire Department's Rapid Intervention Crew, SCBA Emergencies Annual RIC training, and coordinating the monthly MVI training. His notable attitude and positivity were mentioned several times in his evaluations. And
Whereas, Brian was promoted quickly to fire captain in a year. Captain Hudson's leadership qualities were instrumental to his transition into a supervisory position. He was an effective leader who used his experience, training, and common sense to make the proper call during incidents and routine station assignments. He was assigned monumental tasks and delivered excellent results, such as coordinating the Armed Forces Day Parade activities, preparing and training MVI-MCI drill for all personnel, and developing training plans and SOGs for structure fire response. Captain Hudson was assigned as the department's emergency medical services coordinator and was responsible for the oversight of EMS-related functions. He was invaluable in the development of the TEMS program where we partner with TPD, Torrance Police Department, to mitigate active assailant incidents. And
Whereas Assistant Chief Hudson was assigned to Station 1 as the Support Services Chief in January 2022 in charge of logistics. He was responsible for the purchasing, receiving, and pickup of 3 command vehicles, 4 ALS rescue ambulances, 1 BLS ambulance, 3 engines, and 13 fleet vehicles. He completed the Dade House renovation, where we house our logistics training division, EMS division, and mobile stroke units. He successfully restructured several workflow processes to ensure equipment needs were addressed timely. Chief Hudson cultivated relationships with the organization and became a valuable member of the management team. And
Whereas Assistant Chief Brian Hudson retired from city employment on November 24th, 2023, he provided 24 years of dedicated service to the city of Torrance and unselfishly used his experience for maximum team performance to the benefit of the fire department and the citizens of Torrance.
Now therefore be it resolved that the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, do hereby commend, honor, and congratulate Brian Tyler Hudson for his dedication, professionalism, and contributions to the City of Torrance while in our employ. And be it further resolved that Brian be wished a full and rewarding life in his retirement years. Introduced, approved, and adopted this 28th day of November 2023.
My turn.
Before I come down, I'd like to ask for a number and title from the city clerk.
Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-110, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Assistant Fire Chief Brian Tyler Hudson upon his retirement from the city after 24 years of service.
move to adopt resolution number 2023-110.
second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Right. So before I hand the mic over to Chief DeMay, I just want to thank Assistant Chief Brian Hudson. I don't know if he remembers, but I went on a ride-along. I think you were still a captain, and I went to some 911 calls, and you're poised, and you actually took time and tried to explain to a councilman what's actually going on. Yeah, I learned a whole lot from your professionalism and appreciate all that you've done. Congratulations on your service in the city of Torrance. Thank you. Okay. Chief DeMay, you want to say something?
From the day you walk in the door, you're a true gentleman, really. I truly appreciate that of you, Brian. The relationships you built and all the assignments that you have are a model for all these folks that are sitting here in the audience. Thank you for your hard work, your diligence. Once your wing gets better, I wish you and your family a healthy and happy retirement. And thank you for all that you've done for us and the community. Appreciate it.
Thank you, Chief. I believe our city manager has some words for you as well.
Thank you, Your Honor. Chief Hudson, you and I had the pleasure, or perhaps the displeasure, of having to deal with the transition of our ambulance contract, which was a very tense experience. But throughout that transition, I learned to trust you as an advisor, as a mentor, as a professional. And through all the adversity, we were able to work through the details. And through the course of that experience, I gained, again, continuous appreciation of the fire service and everything that you and the team stand for. And for that, I'm very appreciative. I remember cheering on the council item at a Calpura conference with Chief Cerna at the time. But your trustworthiness, your expertise, your professionalism really made an impact on my career. For that, I'm very appreciative. I wish you all the best in your retirement, in good health, and may you come and continue to be a mentor for future generations. Thank you for your service.
Thank you very much, sir.
Assistant Chief Hudson, before we come down for a photo, do you have some words you'd like to share with us?
Couple.
Go ahead, you got it.
I'd like to start thanking my parents, Bill and Ellie Hudson. They raised 8 kids, but for me, I just remember at a young age they stressed the importance of serving others in whatever path we chose, and prioritizing that over, the pursuit of personal gain. I want to thank my family, some of whom are here tonight. My wife Kelly, my youngest son Nolan, my daughter Maggie's in Japan working, and my middle child, the forgotten one. Middle kids are always forgotten. Danny's working tonight. But they gracefully accepted a career in the fire service for their dad, and there's a lot of challenges that come with that. Missed holidays, missed birthdays, missed special events or milestone achievements for them. They also had to deal with a tired, grumpy dad coming home after long shifts or sleepless nights, or the occasional, let's say, over traumatic call that kind of you wear and you bring home with you. Thank you guys. I've had numerous mentors and individuals that helped me along the way here. They've showed me the path to grow and develop into the best version of me and the best firefighter that I could become. I mean, the list could go on and on, but a few names: Steve Trescas, Joe Fuel, Mike Hansen, Bob Millay, Martin Cerna, Bill Wilson. They deserve special thanks. Chief Cerna, if he's watching, I want to thank him in particular for putting his faith and trust in me with the appointment to this position. I appreciated everything he did for me along the way, and also for showing us what a strong leadership, clear vision, and pointed direction can do for an organization. He instilled in us the trust to overcome obstacles, to be progressive, and ultimately it's resulted in building the Torrance Fire Department into an absolute elite organization. And that's not my words, that's coming from third-party audited accreditation organizations and ISO ratings. So, right now this marks the end of my time with Torrance Fire Department. It's been an awesome career. It's given me a lot of opportunities to expand my involvement outside of here, and I'm very excited for the near future. Will become more involved in helping fellow first responders in their individual recovery journeys. My family's become very involved in an orphanage just outside Ensenada that is like the most rewarding place I've ever been. So instead of bombing down there on a Saturday and getting back here for work, we're going to be able to invest some more time there. There's always more work to be done, especially when your intentions are in the right place, and that's important. Which brings me to you, Pork Chop. I want to thank you for giving me an incredibly strong jaw, because I've had to bite my tongue for years. As you talk about issues that I have to say I don't know that you have a whole lot of background on, but you've taught me patience, tolerance, and how to be calm even when my blood is boiling. I pray that one day you're able to kind of direct some of your boundless energy and enthusiasm for a more positive cause. I think along these lines, Teddy Roosevelt said it best, and this is one of my favorite quotes. It's not the critic who counts, not the man who points out how the strong man stumbles, or where the doer of deeds could have done them better. The credit belongs to the man who is actually in the arena, whose face is marred by dust and sweat and blood, who strives valiantly, who errs, who comes short again and again, because there is no effort without error and shortcoming, but who does actually strive to do the deeds, who knows great enthusiasms, the great devotions, who spends himself in a worthy cause, who at best knows in the end the triumph of high achievement, and who at the worst, if he fails, at least fails while daring greatly, so that his place shall never be with those cold and timid souls who neither know victory nor defeat. And I want to thank all of my brothers and sisters in the fire department for stepping into the arena. These are challenging times. We've got some awesome people I've had the privilege of working with. And I want to thank each of you up here tonight for stepping into the arena to make Torrance the best city that it possibly can be. Thank you.
Thank you, Brian. I'm going to ask the council will go down.
Thank you.
Hello? The first one? Brian?
There we go.
I thought you went on the aerial ladder or something. Remember that one?
I remember that one for sure.
All right. Okay, let's get one before they come. All right. Okay, come on.
I was hoping not. Thank you.
I know you're a motivation speaker. All right. Can we get one on this side? A couple on this side? Yeah. There you go.
You can't block this one.
Yeah. Okay. Who do you want to have? Whiskey.
Get up here, guys.
Okay, the family.
This one with the family, yeah.
Yeah. I'm gonna get out of the way and let you guys can figure out who gets to hold this.
She can hold that. Get on over here there. Yeah.
3, 2, 1.
Thank you. Thank you, guys. Absolutely.
Is it okay to clap? Is it okay to clap? Oh, I don't want to get kicked off like last time in Iceland, they kicked me off. Thank you. Thank you, Brian. How much did you how much is the not the How did you break the rock? What happened? Did you move the rock? What happened? What happened?
Your Honor, if you could remind the gentleman, he's interrupting our meeting. Thank you.
Yes. All right, we're going to proceed the meeting. Please do not disrupt our council meeting while we're in session. Take that as a warning. Item 6B is a resolution honoring Police Lieutenant Paul Solorzano upon his retirement from the City of Torrance after 23 years of service. City Clerk, may we have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is resolution number 2023-111, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, honoring Police Lieutenant Paul Solorzano upon his retirement from the city after 23 years of service.
Move to adopt resolution number 2023-111.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to oral communications number 1. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items under the consent calendar or items that are not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or question posed, request clarification, or refer the item to staff. Speakers under orals are limited to either oral communications number 1 or number 2, and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phones when you come to the microphone to speak. If presenting handout material to the council, please provide 11 copies. It is now 7:34. We have 15 minutes. City Clerk, anyone signed up?
Yes, Your Honor. James Henry.
I submitted a document to the city clerk's office before 2 p.m. today that's supposed to be included in tonight's agenda item 9B, but it's not. This is it. I'll be speaking about it when that item comes up, and I'll have 10 handouts to give everybody. Thank you.
Thanks for the warning.
Camille.
We'll go on to the next.
Sheila.
If that's the case, then cross out Sheila.
Now that we are fully in the holiday season, my heart breaks for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. Yet again, his family had an empty seat at the table, a seat that used to be filled with a vibrant, funny, loved young man. A son, a cousin, a nephew, a friend. Someone whose life mattered. His Black life mattered. I think of all the holidays, birthdays, and just every single day that his family has grieved, almost 1,825 of them. Think of and feel the weight of what that means. His life was ended 5 years ago when Matthew Concannon and Anthony Chavez killed him within 15 seconds of encountering him. 15 seconds. That's about the amount of time I have left on the clock. Then Brian Kawamoto showed up at the scene and shot an already dead man with a beanbag gun. These same cops were involved in a messaging scandal where they joked about peeing on the graves of black children, where they joked about breaking the taillights of a black man. So they had
Your time is up, ma'am.
over and beat him. And you all have done nothing.
Your time is up.
Shame on you.
Thank you.
Nikita.
Okay, let's go on.
Marianne.
It's been 9.97, or it's been 4.97 years since Torrance PD killed Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It's clear that you do not want an independent civilian oversight commission. You don't want a space for folks to have a process, to have transparency. You apparently don't want to. Apparently, you do want to keep the drama in these chambers and deny space for your constituency to talk about the things they need to talk about, like coyotes and airports and cell towers and et cetera. All of these demands, of all the demands that you've had to meet, this is the only one that's free. It's free, and it's helpful, and it's just, and it's community, and it's fiscally responsible, but none of that is you, is it? Just give it a try. Just give it a try. Be helpful and just, and about the community, and fiscally responsible, and create an independent civilian oversight commission. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Say his name. Christopher DeAndre Mitchell.
Thank you. Please don't yell in the background. Next.
There are no other speakers signed up, Your Honor.
Okay.
Or now, right? Okay. So we demand justice for Christopher DeAndre Mitchell. It has been almost 5 years. People demanding a civilian oversight commission. This is absolutely unacceptable. There's already been scandals with the Torrance Police Department because they're racist, homophobic, misogynistic. We all know, oh my God, you need to do what is right. It has been almost 5 years. We demand justice for the family of Christopher DeAndre Mitchell, and in his memory, we demand justice. You need to create a civilian oversight commission now. We're going to continue to ask for this, and even when that happens, if it ever does, it will not be enough. How many times does your police department or your city need to be dragged in the mud? You're trash. This is the least you can do, and your constituents are demanding it. Every single council meeting, we are going to be here, like we have been for 4.7 years.
Thank you. Your time is up. Anyone else who wish to speak? Just come up to the microphone.
Hi. I just want to congratulate Mr. Shaparian for his 36,000 raise. It was 9.5% over 270,000. Do the math. Anyway, he was a weak coward to show up last week so anybody could ask him a question. He's a coward. And then he solicit kicking me out of here. Here is for you, Mr. Shaparian. Here. Solicit this. Freedom of speech, motherfucker. Freedom of speech. You soliciting him to kick me out? All these people were clapping. All these people were laughing. You did not kick them out, motherfucker. Here is for you and for your raise. Huh? How come you did not show up last week, huh? Huh? You are a coward. You are the coward. You are a coward, motherfucker. And this is freedom of speech, motherfucker. I yield my time.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on items not on the agenda or on the consent calendar? If not, we'll move on. Sir, go ahead and speak. I asked the lady with the white face mask, do not disrupt this meeting. You disrupt again, you will be ejected. That is your warning. Go ahead, sir.
How you doing? My name is John Ramirez, and I'm having problems with a couple officers and people that are related to them. My daughter was molested about 4 years ago, and I finally got contact of everybody, of her and her mother, and I'm being threatened not to tell the public or anybody else that the people that are involved are from the police department and related to them. And they're going around, making accusations I better not tell. I've been on this case for quite a while now and never heard no response from anybody. It's asking for your help. Maybe I can go in there and see how we can get this situated because it's getting out of hand. I got ran over again about 3 days ago, and I know who it was. But, it's like your officers that are involved, they don't want to come forward and help me out. They're always telling me to go somewhere else to look for the help or.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Okay, we will move on. Oh, Councilwoman Lewis, didn't see you click in.
Thank you, and usually we don't do council orals until the end, but I think now is appropriate, and sorry, staff, I didn't send this forward, but we want to congratulate our city manager, Mr. Shaparian, who was recently elected as the president of the board for the California Labor Public Employer Relations Association. He was on the board of directors for over 5 years. And he is also a believer in lifelong learning and supporting employee professional development. So his absence last weekend is because he was being sworn in as president of the board. Congratulations.
Thank you, Councilwoman Lewis. I'll give one more opportunity. Anybody else wish to speak? Okay. Then we will move on to item 8. The consent calendar. Does any council member wish to pull any items under the consent calendar? I don't see any. Then I'll take a motion to approve the entire consent calendar.
Motion to approve the entire consent calendar.
Second.
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to administrative matters. Item 9A from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Just a verbal presentation, Your Honor. Good evening, Mayor and council members. I'm Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the city. Item 9A is a follow-up to your approval in June of the concept of a business recruiter program. In response to the concerns that were discussed at that meeting and follow up with some real estate professionals about providing commission directly to a real estate broker, the Office of Economic Development has determined that making use of the city's existing grant loan program as an incentive provided directly to businesses that choose Torrance is a better approach. Historically, through reserved economic development assistance funds, the Office of Economic Development has been able to offer grant/loans, as we call them, as incentives to businesses coming into Torrance or expanding. These have been loan agreements that have been considered grants if the business stays in the city for 5 years, adds or retains jobs, and or brings in or increases utility users' tax revenues. However, with this new program, we plan to tweak it a little bit by creating a business attraction in Torrance or BAIT program. Using our grant loan process, we can incentivize a larger company that would either bring a minimum of 100 new employees or bring in increased sales tax revenue. The maximum amount offered would be up to $100,000 based on the number of employees brought in or the sales tax generated. If council is in support, staff will publicize the program on the city website as well as share with brokers as an added incentive for businesses to choose Torrance. So the brokers wouldn't get the incentive, but they could offer that to businesses as a consideration for choosing Torrance. If the business chose to share that with the broker, they could do that on their own. At this point, I'm happy to open it up for discussion and answer any questions that you may have.
Thank you. Do any members of the council have any questions or comments? Councilman Kanji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, Ms. Fulton, for bringing this item before us. I like this adjustment in the approach, and I think incentivizing those businesses to move into Torrance is a worthwhile effort. I think the brokers are incentivized anyway, via commission if they do successfully place a company here. But I support this idea. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton, for this update and little slight change in direction, but I still appreciate the concept, and I think hopefully it will help in attracting a new business is what our goal is, obviously. It's great that we might approve this, and I hope that we do, but how will we publicize this? How will potential new businesses learn about this?
Through our website, through our Why Torrance page, we've been spending a lot of effort on marketing, which I'll cover on my next item a little bit. We have placed advertisements in the LA Business Journal, other professional publications. By speaking to different business groups, we want to get more engaged in industry groups, also potentially participating more in the International Council of Shopping Centers, Urban Land Planning Association meetings and things like that. So just, I think, really getting the word out, also using our own social media and city cable as well to get the word out, and sharing directly with the broker community.
Your Honor and Councilman Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. If approved by council, it also offers an additional item that staff can bring up. Oftentimes, when a prospective business is looking at a property in the city, that property is being compared against other properties elsewhere. And when staff is able to have advanced conversations, usually with real estate professionals, to let them know about all the incentives and advantages of doing business in Torrance and with Torrance, this could be one of those other carrots that helps ensure that they select Torrance as opposed to a competitive site.
No, that's a great point, and it's this will be a great resource to help in that. And That's my only fear with this, is if we approve it, that the word doesn't get out and we're back to square one and we're not really getting any new bang for our buck with bringing in new things. But the good thing is that it doesn't cost us anything to put this out there, except for the marketing costs, which you're kind of already doing. So look forward to seeing this hopefully bring in some new business. So thank you very much.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton, for your detailed explanation. And again, I appreciate the new approach. I think that's very practical, and I think that will be beneficial for the businesses and for the Torrance. I have a couple clarification questions. Number one, how would you consider that this program will be successful? Is there any measurement, just bringing one new business or bringing 10? How would you measure it's a very successful program?
Well, we have the criteria because we're looking to land the big fish here with the at least 100 employees and looking at the sales tax revenue that comes in. So we would be tracking that business and the success of the business over time as well. And then also through the agreement, the company needs to stay in the city for at least 5 years. So I think some of the things that we're doing in trying to gather more data and keep record of things, such as our efforts to attract businesses, what are the vacancies that we have, targeting specific businesses, bringing them in, and even looking at potential enhancements to our business license process. Marketing business license on more of a positive spin to encourage all businesses to get a business license. Even looking at things where if a business is considering leaving the city, that they let us know ahead of time so we can work with them to try to keep them here. And if for whatever reason they do determine they're going to leave, that we have some kind of exit program. So we're aware and we're more on top of that kind of information. I think by doing that and keeping track, reporting of that type of information will help us determine if our efforts are successful.
And Councilmember, to add to what Ms. Fulton said, leveraging our existing supply of available space would be another gauge. We have several large industrial manufacturing retail centers coming online. Matching them to the appropriate size target business would be another way to measure our ability to meet the targets. So the goal would be to fill all the major developments that are happening in Torrance.
And I think, may I suggest that I think recently we had some vacancy. We did some research to see how many vacancies we have in the city of Torrance. And fast forward a year from today, if we reduce those numbers, I think that will be a good measure to success that your program is working. So I think we should collect data similar to that to see the success for this program.
Yeah, agreed. And that's kind of the benefit of the team too, being representative of the different departments. So working with our fire department, when they go on inspections, they firsthand are gathering information about vacant space, working with our finance department on the business license renewals and new businesses coming in. And then, as I said, if we can identify when they leave, that'll help us gather the data too.
Yeah, and I think we should just lay out few measurements so we, a year from today, have these certain criteria, these are certain successes that we achieved, so that'll be very helpful.
Agreed.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the council have questions, comments? I think, this is, we're trying something we haven't done before, so if we get one win, I think is a win. And I'm sure that we'll probably tweak our process and have some lessons learned, so I appreciate you bringing this forward to us.
Thank you.
Anyone from the public who wish to comment on this item?
This is Andy Porchap again. I would like to tell you that if the city of Torrance would be attractive to any business, they would flock here. If the city of Torrance would be a cheap place to live, people would come here. If the city of Torrance would be a cheap place to lease or rent something, people would flock here. But until you're paying $400,000 for this guy, $200,000 for that guy, you just approved on the consent calendar $50,000, and That's not improving our city. Then you don't have to pay her, you know. Good stuff doesn't need advertising. You know what I mean? When I was a gardener, I worked for $5 an hour. I had work from morning to evening. No, but I did not pay advertising. My father-in-law worked 4 years here, not one day advertising. He was busy. He was busy every day. No advertising. Just working.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the city manager to approve the business attraction incentive program.
I move to concur with staff recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9B from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Yes, Your Honor, there is. Thank you. Good evening again. Fran Fulton, Economic Development Manager for the City of Torrance. Item 9B is an update from the Office of Economic Development, and more detailed information on this presentation will be posted on the Economic Development website at torranceca.gov/business. Next slide, please. Hopefully you can see this. The next couple of slides relate to the Downtown Revitalization Plan and the Business Improvement District. In 2021, City Council approved the Downtown Torrance Revitalization and Connectivity Plan, along with implementation steps to carry out the plan. The bulk of the funding for this plan came from a grant from Caltrans, and city staff were assisted by an urban development consulting team based in Los Angeles and Long Beach. Measures to carry out the plan to date include the addition of new street furniture, formal adoption of a permanent outdoor dining program, return of the facade improvement program, and most recently, progress on the formation of a business improvement district. This slide and the next provide a timeline of the business improvement district formation process. Economic Development entered into an agreement with Urban Place Consulting out of Long Beach to assist with the bid formation process. Their proposal has a phased approach, and they will be paid based on work completed. Urban Place has held 2 general informational meetings regarding bids. They also have led steering committee meetings of interested business and property owners to discuss desired improvements in the downtown, possible budget, and formation structure. At this point, the group has decided on moving forward with a property-based bid. This process is more lengthy than a business-based, requires an engineer's report, and assessments cannot be collected until they are placed on the county property tax rolls. That's why it's kind of a longer process to go through all of that. A management plan has been produced by the consultant and will be shared with the bid steering committee at the next meeting. And then the plan will be reviewed through the city attorney's office. After the first of the year, the petition drive will begin, where all property owners in the designated footprint will be notified of the intention to form a bid and will be able to review the management district plan. If or when more than 50% of property owners in support is achieved, the subject will be brought before City Council to set a public hearing for formation, and it will go through that process at City Council. Next slide, please. This continues the timeline showing what happens going into the spring. So as I mentioned, the process would go through next year and actually wouldn't take effect at the earliest until January of 2025. Next slide, please. Staff have focused attention on increasing the opportunity for foreign direct investment from our recently established friendship city relationships. These efforts take time and relationship building. With each meeting and connection directly with businesses and business groups, we learn more and are strengthening ties. Shown here on this slide are images of recent visits from foreign delegations, as well as information from the World Trade Center, which is a division of the LA County Economic Development Corporation, on the countries with the largest concentration of businesses in Torrance. Thank you to Mayor and Council for extending beyond your recent visit to Kashiwa, Japan to celebrate the 50 years of our sister city relationship by visiting Honda's headquarters in Tokyo, as well as visiting our friendship city in Hwaseong, South Korea, where you also visited and met with businesses, including Kia Manufacturing Headquarters and Hanmi Pharmaceuticals. More efforts, including as our marketing efforts, as I mentioned, are really going to be focused on this opportunity to attract more foreign direct investment and having more of a cultural spin to some of those targeted marketing pieces. Next slide, please. The Pitch Torrance program has had a delayed start, but it will be launched after the new year as the first of quarterly activations planned to be held at the Cultural Arts Center. With this event, business attendees will learn how to do business with the city, and then they'll have the opportunity to participate in a Shark Tank type of activity where they can pitch their product or service to city departments and possibly other agencies and/or local businesses. If this pitch activity shows promise, we will plan to replicate on a regular basis. So this will both educate our businesses, our startups, our entrepreneurs, and businesses about how to do business in the city. And by the way, our finance department is updating that process as well. We just are in the process of launching Planet Bids. So when companies are interested in doing business with the city, they'll be getting onto Planet Bids. So there'll be more coming about that. So we're in a little bit of a transition period, but we'll be able to share information on that too when we do this, this event. Next slide, please. Slide 6 is the Business Recruiter Program or Business Attraction in Torrance, which we just discussed with the last item. So looking forward to putting that into practice. Next slide, please. So another effort that has been in place recently, we've just started to promote it directly to our broker community. In an effort to aid in business attraction, we've built out assistance through our locate button, which is on the Economic Development website. Businesses that are seeking a location in Torrance and come to our website and want help trying to find a spot can click on that button and fill out a form so that will go directly to me, and it will provide general information of what type of site they're looking for, and we'll be able to respond back to them directly. Another piece of that is where brokers or property owners can fill out another form which then provides information on a hot property that they want to market. And then it will go to the interactive map that anyone can go and look at and click on and look at that interactive map. And that's what this little screenshot is right here. So that will evolve and change as property owners submit properties. They'll be on that map for 60 days and then it'll automatically be removed unless they want to keep it on longer or it has been sold or leased and they want to let us know to remove it sooner. And that will kind of just give a sampling of what type of available properties there are in the city. And with our vacancy inventory, I see us being able to use that as well to help populate this more. Next slide, please. The Commercial Rehabilitation Rebate Program to assist commercial property owners with making improvements to the exterior of their properties has garnered quite a bit of interest, some actually from residential property owners, which we had to educate them on. But unfortunately, at this date, only 4 rebate requests have gone fully through the process to be approved. 3 of them are for the highest tier level of $40,000 each, and 1 of them is for a smaller amount for just over $18,000. Staff have examined the process and are fine-tuning to bring a new and improved program to open back up again in April. So we're looking at having a window of time where interested parties can apply. We can review those applications, determine how much funding we have, and prioritize those projects for approval. There will be information. This image that's shown here, I don't know why it's flashing, is a picture of, is it doing that over here? No.
Yeah, you look on this
Okay, I'll look on this side. That will be included in the business license renewals, so that's another avenue for marketing and putting out information about programs that we have as well. So that will be going out this month, I think, or the end of this month. Next slide, please. The next few slides show charts of sales trends in the city. This first one is weekend auto sales year over year for the past 3 years for the period July through October. As you can see, the number of cars sold has shown a slight decline on average or remained somewhat steady, but the price of cars has gone up. So that may be another source of data that we might want to look at. I can consult with our finance department too, so we can compare sales versus revenue that's brought in to the city. Next slide, please. These next 3 charts relate to hotel data, and I know you've seen these before. I provided in the presentations and my updates before. This first slide shows the average daily rate for hotels year over year. Oh, sorry, first one is occupancy. Year over year for the past 3 years for the period of June through September. So you can see the increase in the occupancy over those 3 years. So the different colors are showing the past 3 years. Next slide, please. This next chart shows the average daily rate. So that has had a slow, has been raised slightly each year. And then the next slide, please. And then the revenue per available room, again, is showing a slight increase as well. So trending in a positive way. Next slide, please. This brings me to wayfinding and signage, which you've probably seen around town. Thank you to our Public Works Department. We now have 10 gateway signs installed around the city, and the remaining 5 will be installed in the new year. Additionally, as another element of the downtown revitalization plan that I mentioned earlier, staff continue to work with Hunt Design to fine-tune the plans for gateway signage specific to the downtown. And that's what that archway sign is in the middle. So I know we had looked at a couple of different colors. We're looking at blue now. We're looking at lighting and all of that kind of thing. And then we'll be getting the engineering plans as well on specifications. And we'll be coming back to council again with that to finalize that project. Next slide, please. Torrance continues to be a popular place for special events, including downtown activities such as the Rock Around the Block, the Halloween Scare Down, and the most recent addition of an ice skating rink, which will be there for 2 months. It's an added attraction for this year's holiday stroll, which is planned for December 6th. Other pictures shown here include a Visit California conference hosted by Discover Los Angeles in downtown LA, and the Los Angeles County Economic Development Corporation's annual Eddie Awards event, where Torrance was recognized as a finalist for the most business-friendly city. And film activity included commercials for Aldi, Progressive Insurance, and Wendy's. So look for Torrance if you ever watch commercials. Next slide, please. Business development assistance. The economic development team visited a few businesses this past summer and fall and has plans to ramp up visits on a more regular basis in the new year. This is the best way for us to learn about our businesses here in Torrance and to build relationships so that they know how they can reach out to City Hall at any time. A great collaboration, as a little anecdote, came out of our visit to Ledtronics. And I'm sorry Monica's not still here, but when we visited Ledtronics, they're celebrating their 40th year in Torrance. And Community Services followed up with them after our visit and asked them if they wanted to participate in the public art exhibit that we had, the Trist exhibit. And Ledtronics actually donated the lighting for that event. So it was a really great opportunity for partnership there, and they were thrilled to be included and asked for that. Next slide, please. This slide shows a sampling of the new businesses coming to Del Amo Fashion Center. The center continues to outperform other malls in the Simon portfolio. And I know there's some debate if there might be more visitors to Del Amo Mall than Disneyland. So we're going to follow up on that data as well. Next slide, please. The last slide shows an advertisement that will be going into the LA Business Journal's Book of Lists edition, which is probably the most viewed. That comes out at the end of next month. And it will be positioned adjacent to the real estate brokers list. Additionally, as I mentioned, staff continue to build out our marketing materials, advance our messaging through various means to attract investment to Torrance, and more information on this can be found on the Why Torrance page online. Next slide, please. And more information on what I shared tonight can be found on the Economic Development website at www.business.torranceca.gov. And also earlier reports are archived there and still viewable. And with that, I thank you very much and stand by for questions and discussion. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Fran. I know that you and the, I would say probably the integrated Torrance City team have been working very hard to really market our city and looking at new ideas of promoting our city. And even I walked through the Lava Mall this Saturday, and I thought, I didn't think we could ever compete with the numbers of Disneyland, but based on talking to the mall manager yesterday, I think we're right there. We're within the era of tolerance. So it's hard to imagine that we have as many visitors to the mall as Disneyland. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you again, Ms. Fulton. Always appreciate your updates, and you continue to prove that your plate is getting fuller and fuller. Is the plate getting any bigger? You don't have to answer that. On your slide presentation, the last slide, the ad for the LA Business Journal, I really, really like that. I think that's the kind of stuff we should be doing. I noticed in using my glasses, the very small print, the last thing you list under Why Torrance is the no gross receipts tax. I would think that'd be a really top thing as opposed to be putting at the very end of the list when people have stopped reading. Just a thought. But the other comments that I wanted to ask about is in regards to the Business Improvement District for downtown, something that I've been lobbying for many years now. Has there been a final budget approved or planned?
The budget's included in the management district plan, and I think at this point it's been agreed upon. It can always change until it's passed, but that's in the management district plan as well as the footprint and the assessment amounts.
And is that something you can share, or because you made a statement on page 2 of the agenda item about the city-owned property is 8%, 8.3% of the total assessment.
Yeah.
And that comes out to $20,557, which implies a $250,000 overall. But
Yeah, I would. That's what I was going to say. It's somewhere between 250 and 275, something like that. I don't want to say the wrong amount, but I can certainly let you know.
But that's
what's in
not
the
fixed
MVP.
in concrete yet.
Right.
Okay.
Right.
So that number that you actually published for the city's contribution could actually change as well.
It could. Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah.
I just wanted to be clear. And then on the Pitch Torrance item, I've been around long enough to know we did that many years ago.
Did we?
You remember that?
I don't remember doing a
You don't?
Pitch Torrance program. Mm-mm.
Well, we had the
The
Shark,
Shark
Tank
Tank,
kind of thing.
yeah, with the Entrepreneurial Center.
Yeah. So how is this different than that? Help me understand.
I think for that, it was, and I know that was tied with the Entrepreneurial Center and with
Right.
Cal State Dominguez Hills. It was focused a lot more, I think, on the students and entrepreneurs being able to pitch their product. Not a whole lot different, although I think what we want to do is try to target businesses that are in Torrance already. We've heard some of that from some companies that just approach us or through the tech committee, that they want the city to be like a test bed or potentially work with them to use their service or product. So I think this is going to be a little bit more targeted to businesses that are here and want to do business with us. So similar to that, I think the same type of approach, but probably focused more on bringing more Torrance-based businesses in to work with us.
And while I thought it was fun, I'm not sure that it actually did anything to generate any business. So
Yeah. Yeah.
I'm just a little concerned that, are we spending time on something that's really not going to do anything? So just my cautionary
it out.
comment. And
Yeah.
it's worth a try, and as long as you keep the goal in sight of actually
Yeah.
trying to generate some business. So
Yep.
those are my comments, but thanks for all you're doing.
Thank you.
Thank you, Fran. And I think last time we went to Cal State Dominguez for the South Bay Economic Forecast, I think there still may be some students from Cal State Domingos who wants to, do the pitch Torrance. I think
Yeah.
we just need one win, right?
Yeah.
Any of these business or technology breakthrough, you just need one win, right? Every shot you don't take is a miss, definitely. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Fran, and actually the entire staff. It takes a lot of people to put these together and to bring these programs forward. And I just look forward to these updates and watching Torrance just grow and thrive. But recently I've been doing some additional walking throughout Torrance and throughout District 4, and I've noticed a clear difference in some properties versus others, as far as the clear understanding that we are responsible for our properties all the way to the street, past the sidewalks. And there's some businesses in Torrance that it just looks pristine, and I think it would be really nice for us to create awareness of making our city more beautiful than it already is. And in doing so, I had thought about a Torrance Beautification Award where we can honor those residential properties and specifically business properties that are doing the right thing and going over and above and keeping the city clean. In that conversation, we discovered that there is a program in a local city, Whittier, that does something like that that we could mirror it to. So wanted to bring that suggestion forward and see what everybody's thoughts were. Thank you.
If I may, Your Honorable Mayor, Council members, Michelle Ramirez, Community Development Director, that's actually a perfect program for our Environmental Quality and Energy Commission. They actually have that as one of the duties under them, beautification. They currently do the Climate Smart Award. So if that is the direction of the council, that could be another focus that can be brought to them to develop a program to be brought back to the city council for your future review.
Thank you, and I, there's already a couple of businesses that I'd like to nominate. If that's something with the concurrence of my fellow council members, we can consider doing. May I ask for that?
Looks like you got a 7-0,
Thank you, thank you.
as long as staff knows what the request was.
We do.
Okay.
Thank you, Your Honor.
Anything else?
No, thank you.
Okay. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Ms. Fulton. And again, thank you for meeting with me and answering some of my questions. And I think I spoke with you about what city is doing to retain some of our local businesses. And I think you explained it in very detail. And if you could, please, for the awareness for public, what city is doing to retain small businesses and big businesses in the city of Torrance. If you could elaborate that, please.
Sure. Yeah, business retention has probably been something that the Office of Economic Development, the Economic Development team really has focused on for a long time. And the things that we do are included in our marketing materials, promoting that we have no gross receipts tax. But also, for me, acting as an ombudsman, representing the Office of Economic Development, I'm kind of that point of contact for our businesses. So whether they're looking to come into Torrance or they're already coming in, if I can connect with them up front, I can help them get what they need from the various departments within the city internally, or if it's something that they need that an external partner may be able to offer, I'm able to kind of act as that coordinator to connect them up if it's something at a regional level, the governor's office, or what have you. Also, workforce development. A lot of times companies need help recruiting employees or helping with employee training. I represent the city on the South Bay Workforce Investment Board, so always bring them to the table. Looking at different financial incentives that there are, whether it's a program that we have here at the city or leveraging something like a county float loan program, or California Competes through the governor's office. Just being knowledgeable about those different tools and incentives that are available that a lot of businesses just aren't aware of because they're so busy doing their business. So again, going out, getting in front of those businesses, meeting business owners, it's very educational for us to learn who's here and what they're doing, what's going on right under our nose, but also so that they can meet the folks here at City Hall and they can feel comfortable whether they need anything now, 6 months from now, or next year, they know who to go to. And then, obviously our departments, community development in particular, our permit expediting, just the responsiveness that we have, I think, is a lot greater than a lot of other cities. So really just emphasizing that and educating businesses about that. I've worked with Public Works in the past, looking at signage through our cable office, marketing, doing spotlights on different businesses. There's just, a number of things that we do both internally and by bringing external partners together.
And I think that's exactly what I'm very proud of when I spoke with you and exchanged a couple emails that, yes, Pitch Torrance and all those new friendship cities and other economic development initiatives that we're taking, but our focus remains helping our local and retain them. This is the goal, and that will help in the long run to the city of Torrance and the businesses. My other question was about the 50 applications that we received for facade improvement program.
I think some of them were inquiries, that we didn't receive
Okay.
50 applications.
Okay, so
Yeah.
50 inquiries, and out of 50, I think there were 11 or 12 of them that they inquired and they
That
wanted
went
to-
through
they went
fully
through.
to submit, yeah.
So I think my question is, do you think it's time to tweak
Yeah.
and probably have the more businesses to take advantage of this?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, we had some staff, mostly community development staff I met with. We kind of talked about that. What are some things that are working or not working, and looking at our language that we have in the application process and the threshold. There's a lot of different things that we're looking at we need to refine. And again, getting the word out so people will be able to take advantage of it. So yeah, we're looking at launching that. Again, I think April 1st would be the window for it to open up again. And we'll give much more detailed information on how the program works.
Great. And last comment, I think I spoke with you that we should have a data that tells us how many local businesses have left in the year or two, so we have some kind of measurement, what is working and what is not working, and who is leaving in a way that we could analyze in an efficient way, what can we do to serve them better in the future.
Yeah.
But thank you again for you and for your team for all this due diligence and help us, and building relationship with so many other businesses that we visited in the last year. I mean, hundreds of businesses that we visited, just to have a relationship with them and have coordination, and thank you for doing that. Thanks
Thank
again.
you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. You and I have had a lot of conversations over my dreams that I want to wake up in Torrance. It's a beautiful day. I want to go to Porto's, get some breakfast. Then I want to maybe move to and shop at one of our beautiful stores at our, I think Simon said it's 17 million visitors hit the Lamu Mall. And then I want to walk across the parking lot to a Michelin-rated steakhouse and potentially stay in a 5-star hotel. And I say all of this stuff is because Torrance is absolutely the place to do that, and I believe that we could bring that to the South Bay for sure, especially ahead of all of the major events that are coming up between now and 2028 when we hit the Olympics. I do want to thank you and the staff for bringing forward all of the options that we have to develop business. I know one of the things that Councilmember Matucci and I always joked about was the Torrance, Pitch Torrance, and the possibility of having our own version of, I guess, Shark Tank, if you will, in Torrance to allow, people who have home-based businesses to come and pitch their ideas, and they can get resources and information. It'll be a #1 top city cable show, I'm sure, in Torrance. But thank you for all of the hard work. It really is paying off by all of the businesses that are coming in and the diversity of businesses as well. So much appreciated.
Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, thank you, Councilman Lewis. Yeah, the whole idea of Pitch Torrance was really based on the idea that we got from Long Beach, which has a pitch Long Beach. So we're not trying to be necessarily innovative in that sense, but we are trying to open the doors for small and large companies to offer their services and products to the city that we may not otherwise know of. So it's not really for Torrance to make money off of it. Actually, it's more to spend money, but to spend money on products and services, correct, that benefit the city in one way or another. I do think we need to try to keep it modeled closely to what Long Beach is doing. I went to see a presentation on it. I think it's actually pretty nice how they do it. I don't think we have to reinvent the wheel necessarily on that. When I hear Shark Tank, yeah, it is. They're pitching, but we're not investing in their company. We're basically giving them an opportunity to show us what we may not otherwise know that it even exists. It's kind of like walking through a trade show. You might be going there looking for certain things, but ultimately you're going to walk out with new ideas based on companies and services providers that we've never even heard of, right? So I think the idea is really to learn what's out there without us, we'll call it unsolicited research. So I think keeping that in mind when it comes to the pitch Torrance, I would really like it to be focused directly on the smaller companies that we never heard of, come and pitch what they have for us. So, and also give them an educational portion of it to help them, guide them through the RFP processes. And
Yeah,
so.
and if they're not ready now, to learn what they need to do to be ready.
Correct.
Yeah.
And also, I think one of the biggest components is the bonds that many cities require. I think a lot of companies don't have the $5 million, $10 million bonds that are required to do work within the city. So unless it's, a service, such as providing, hardware for a computer, but if it's anything that have to do with, and correct me if I'm wrong, I believe we require some pretty hefty insurance coverages and when it comes to manual work provided to the city. Is that correct?
Yeah, it depends on what it is, I think.
We insured the companies we work with have the adequate means to finish the job, but we can provide you the specific breakdowns.
Yeah, but what I'm saying is that a lot of companies that may want to do work for any municipality, not just Torrance.
Typically, they require bonding, yes.
Yeah. Correct, yeah, they're required bonding. So that's what I'm saying is giving them the ability to learn about how to work, navigate through it, so which is really good. All right, but I really like everything you put together, and I appreciate staff for doing all the research. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you, Councilman Matucci. I think I was sitting next to you in Long Beach when we were listening to Pitch Long Beach. One of the things I learned from U.S. Conference of Mayors, they said that a good mayor's copy and a great mayor steal the idea. And then earlier, we got ideas from Whittier or elsewhere. If it's good ideas, let's take it. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you once again for the presentation. I appreciate the efforts, by you and also some of our contractors in working on updating our outreach materials for various audiences that we're reaching out to. I was kind of surprised to see, looking at the list of foreign investors here in the city, that it includes France, Switzerland, Germany, and much like what Councilwoman Lewis said about waking up and seeing all these things that you can go to, I guess for myself, if anyone from around the globe should want to find out who Torrance is, my dream is that whenever they click on the site, they'll be able to immediately see all of our information in their own language. So I know that here in the city of Torrance, we have so many different languages represented in our public schools and in business here. I think we can also strive to provide that sort of, on-the-fly, Google translation, so that whoever pings us will see all the information they need in their own language, all the statistics, and also references to those firms that can actually assist them in their own language, real time.
Yeah.
It's not necessary that we have, all those different individuals here in the city, but I think by leveraging, those doing business here in our city, I think that would help us to, have a leg up on all the other competitor cities in the area. And then also, I was in downtown LA a few days ago and listening to talk radio about companies from LA who are moving to Texas and Arizona, Nevada, all those stories that we keep hearing. It just came to my mind that, you know what, if there's so many of these companies just over the border, over the city line in the city of LA, why pack up the U-Haul and drive across the state line? You need to stop here first. So my hope too, like Councilman Shake also mentioned about retention, is that I think there are some sizable companies just
To recruit locally?
Yeah, just in that city next door that I think we could haul in over here, and I think, they'd be a great contribution. But once again, thank you for your efforts, and I'm looking forward to working with you and your team.
Thank you. Appreciate that.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. And actually, Fran mentioned when we went to the 50-year anniversary of Kashua, we actually visited Honda headquarters, and that's all part of the strategy of retention and developing that strong relationship with companies we have in our city. And for those who didn't know, I think our city staff knows that about 3 weeks ago, I actually gave Betty Porter a phone call personally from the mayor of the city of Torrance, asking them to seriously consider coming to the city of Torrance. I think, staff has reached out already. Betty Porter and their staff already said, yeah, they know Aram and Danny. So some of these things, we just throw it out, but I just want our public to know that we are working very hard to grow our city and put it on the map, not just locally, but internationally. And I've talked to a hotel owner, Fran knows, less than a month ago, and they're thinking about, upgrading local hotels to maybe a 5-star level. So there's a lot of things that could happen, but we're working on it regularly, and that's part of business development. So thank you very much. Anyone else from the council have any comments or questions? If not, let's go to the public. I see one person's name signed up.
James Henry.
First of all, I don't appreciate the cover-up by the city of Torrance because I submitted this document in time to be a supplement for this item, 9B. And why it wasn't, what are you afraid of? My question to Ms. Fulton, how much progress has been made in the revitalization of downtown Torrance since the initial expenditure on January 20, 2020? That expenditure was $451,210 to a New York City real estate consulting firm named HR&A Advisors. The 2 city council members that are still on this council that voted in favor of this payment are Mike Griffiths and Aurelio Matrucci. On November 6, 2022, another $10,500.
Sir, your time is up, but thank you for providing us these, and our staff will follow up. Okay, thank you. We got it. We got it. Our staff will follow up if we can't answer in real time. Sir, I just shared with you. We got the handout, and staff will follow up. Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
Wow, what a presentation on development. Ms. Fulton, very nice. Could you imagine any advertising? Could you imagine her going to these CEOs of these departments? And then the CEO comes to Ms. Fulton and says, well, What about our flight department? And Ms. Fulton could say to them that we have the best airport in the South Bay, the best lighting, the best instrument system, the best staff on the airport to meet your airplane and your CEO and your people. It's a thought.
Thank you, sir. Anyone else who wish to have comment on this item?
I'm already afraid to talk here because I'm going to be kicked out or attacked. But I think we were talking about the downtown revitalization, if I'm not stupid enough. Anyway, you spend Caltrans money, revitalize downtown Torrance. You're spending government money to revitalize those tiny, small businesses. And for what? For what? You're just torturing them to stay in business. Nobody makes money there, or if they make money there, why do we have to revitalize? Where is all the money? You invested tens of millions of dollars for dozens of years. You're spending Caltrans money. You say that we don't get money. We get money from the government. And what do you do with it? What do you do with it, Mr. Shaparian? Where is the money? Where is the Caltrans money? And screw you and the horse you rode in.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city manager to accept and file the economic development update.
Motion to concur.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Item 9C from Public Works and General Services. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council. Chris Kubert, Public Works. There is no presentation, just a brief oral. Item 9C is a recommendation of the Public Works Director and General Services Director that City Council appropriate $2,162,315.32 from the Sanitation Vehicle Replacement Funds fund balance to the Sanitation Vehicle Replacement Funds fiscal year 23-24 operating budget, and authorize a purchase order with Velocity Truck Centers, LLC of Fontana, California, in the amount of $2,162,315.32, including sales tax for 4 2025 Autocar Heil ACX 64 compressed natural gas refuse trucks as a cooperative purchase with Sourcewell. These refuse trucks service approximately 29,500 homes, collecting 90,000 curbside refuse carts on a weekly basis. Due to supply chain issues caused by COVID, estimated delivery of these new refuse trucks is approximately 22 months from the issuance of the purchase order.
Thank you. Are there any questions or comments from the council? Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Hi, Chris. So how old are the diesel trucks are?
The diesel trucks date back to 1999. They are already being replaced by the 4 trucks that council approved last December.
But I thought according to this, there are 31.
There's 31 CNG, 3
or diesel.
Diesel, that's correct.
So those diesel have been replaced.
No, they're on schedule to
They're
be
on the
replaced.
schedule for the next. Okay.
Yeah.
All right. Thank you, Chris.
Thank you. Any other questions or comments from the council? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi, this is Andy Porchop again. I like this one because I like the sanitation department. I live here since 1991, and my trash was picked up. Trash was picked up each and every time. I'm very satisfied with the sanitation department. They're taking away the trash from everybody's house. Never late, you know. Every time, very good department, and if they need a vehicle to haul away our trash, I'd rather pay for this than downtown revitalization, because that's number one, sanitation, sanitation, sanitation. That's what I loved in America. When I come to America, it smelled good, looked good, and it was clean. You could eat out of the floor at the airport when I arrived. It was so clean. So sanitation, put the money in this one. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? All right, so Chris, that was a big compliment.
Thank you.
I'll take a motion to concur with recommendation of Public Works Director and General Service Director.
I make a motion to concur.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9D from the City Manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor. Yes, there is. Danny Santana, City Manager's Office. Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Item 9D is an update for council and community on the city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance. Next slide, please. In doing so, staff will be covering a few items in tonight's presentation, including updates on 3290, the temporary housing village at Civic Center Drive, on the city's proactive and collaborative street outreach program, and on faith-based engagement, 2024 homeless count, and on the count, volunteer solicitation is included, and the homeless response dashboard. Next slide. As a quick form of background for the community on the evolution of the city's temporary housing program, on June 22nd, 2021, the City Council approved the Torrance Civic Center as the grounds to be the site for the interim housing program for an initial period of 12 months. On April 12, 2022, the City Council awarded an agreement to Harbor Interfaith Services Incorporated to provide interim housing services for the temporary housing program. The interim housing village 3290 officially opened on July 5th, 2022, with 40 units, and the intake was completed of our first client on that day. Next slide. On April 11th, 2023, City Council extended the 3290 temporary housing village for an additional 24 months through June 30th, 2025. And in July of this year, 3290 welcomed Aaron Street as the new site director. On November 2023, 3290 also welcomed Samantha Rodriguez as the new case manager to help us in interacting with our clients. Next slide. And now I'll transition to Mr. Viet Wong from the City Manager's Office.
Thank you, Danny. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Viet Wong, City Manager's Office. And before I go into the presentation, I do want to let you know, as best as possible, we've tried to incorporate the questions we've received from your honorable bodies since the last presentation, or in passing when we see you in the hall, or members in the community who have asked us questions about our efforts in addressing homelessness. So some of this information seems a bit non sequitur. It's because it is non sequitur. We're just trying to make sure we address as many questions as possible that the public has. So just as a gentle reminder, for those who may not be familiar with the concept of temporary housing, it couples housing stability with case management. And all housing stability means is providing someone who is experiencing homelessness with a stable environment, a place that they can go to day in and day out. It's in contrast to what we often see in emergency shelters, where someone can only spend the night in an emergency shelter. It's not the same as a temporary housing site like ours. In an emergency shelter, most people have to be in by 6 p.m. and are required to be out sometime 5 a.m. or 6 a.m. So there's not that stability. Our temporary housing site seeks to achieve housing stability in combination with case management. As the Assistant City Manager noted before, your honorable body did approve of a contract with Harbor Interfaith Services to be our professional services provider. For those of you who may not be familiar with Harbor Interfaith Services, they have been in this business for over 40 years. So they really are the expert in our area when it comes to addressing homelessness. What does stability exactly look like at our 3290 temporary housing site? Well, first off, there's 3 meals a day, so people can expect to have breakfast, lunch, and dinner, which is brought in. Harbor Interfaith Services does use a subcontractor called Beacon. Many of you may be familiar. They're a nonprofit organization in San Pedro, and they are a second chance employer as well. In addition to the 3 meals a day, our housing site does have shared restrooms, showers, and laundry facilities. And lastly, there are still 2 security guards 24 hours a day, 7 days a week, 365 days a year at $32.90. As I mentioned before, case management and support services is the most important aspect of temporary housing. So it's making sure that residents of our temporary housing village have the support that they need to attain permanent housing, which I'll talk more in the next slide. So the first question that we often get, your honorable body did ask us this the last time we made the presentation, and sometimes members of the community ask us, exactly how many units do you have on site? We do have 40 living units. And at the last update to City Council in April, your honorable body asked, could we do double occupancy? Staff still has concern about doing any more than single occupancy for a number of reasons. First reason to address is there is a case manager to resident ratio. So other sites like ours generally have a ratio of 15 or 20 individuals to 1 case manager. At our site, because we have 40 units and we have said we have 40 individuals there, our contract with Harbor Interfaith is to provide us with 2 case managers. That ratio actually becomes important because the case manager is the individual who interfaces with people who are experiencing homelessness to get them connected to the services that help them move to permanent housing. As the assistant city manager alluded to earlier, we actually have a new site director and a new case manager. The concerns I have expressed to you in previous meetings still are concerns of mine today. That is to say, this industry has significantly high turnover. It's not just Harbor Interfaith Services. It's every nonprofit that I interact with and every government agency. They have a very difficult time attracting and retaining talent. So a part of our concern is having the requisite number of case managers. As it stands right now with only 40 residents, if we were to increase to 80 residents, we'd be looking at 4 case managers. And we already have difficulty attracting and retaining 2 case managers. And again, I want to emphasize that this is an industry challenge we're seeing. So adding more people to the site gives staff some concern that we won't actually have case managers to support the individuals. Second is the units that we have people in are 64 square feet. That's pretty small. It's already small for 1 individual, let alone 2 individuals. Adding to the complexity to that, our 3290 site does not have that much open space. So most individuals are going to stay in their units. 2 individuals in 64 square feet can sometimes create a little extra tension, which is really the third reason why staff is still advocating for single occupancy. In our time having this site open since July 5th of 2022, something that we learned is people walk into the site really liking each other and saying, oh, I could live with this person in the same unit. And within a very short time period, because of the proximity and the closeness, or just recognizing that maybe they no longer want to spend so much time with this individual. Because our site is always at full occupancy at 40 individuals, it would be very problematic if we put 2 people in 1 unit and 2 people decide that they really don't want to be in the same unit anymore because we wouldn't have any extra room for them. So as I mentioned earlier, critical to the success of our site is everyone at our site has what's called a housing plan. And the housing plan is based on intake and assessment, and it's an ongoing conversation with the temporary residents to identify what are some of their barriers and challenges that might be holding them back. What are some of their goals that they have when it comes to attaining permanent housing or employment. Everyone at our site has a housing plan, and that's the basis of how case managers interact with the individuals on a day-to-day basis. Second question that your honorable body has asked us from time to time, and members of the community have asked us, is what are you seeing as the greatest barriers or obstacles that individuals at that site face? We had a chance to talk to our site director, and it's consistent with what we're hearing from other sites as well. The 4 biggest barriers that we see with people experiencing homelessness at our site: low or no income, poor or no credit, medical and or mental health concerns, and length of homelessness. At our site right now, the person with the shortest tenure of experiencing homelessness is 1 year, and we have several individuals that have over 20 years of homelessness. So those are significant factors and barriers why individuals may have difficulty attaining permanent housing. With that, at this time, I'm pleased to introduce our new site director to say a few words. This is Aaron Street, our site director from Harbor Interfaith Services, who is now overseeing 3290. Aaron's going to discuss some highlights of the operational procedures he and his staff have put in place that are successful, as well as share a recent success story of someone who attained housing. Mr. Street.
Good evening, everyone. Thank you for your time and your attention. So first, what I would like to speak to is that my goal as the director has been to promote and further our site safety as well as the security of the clients and the staff. Not only that, but ensuring that they have a successful transition into and out of the program. And in doing so, what we have sought to increase our amount of times that we can encounter the residents. They are there to receive case management, as Via did mention, and then there are several other ways in which we do encounter them. So the first is going to be through our monthly resident meetings. What that allows us to do is to provide the community with information on what it is that they need to be doing in order to move forward through the program, as well as receive feedback for what it is that they need from us as staff and as an organization in order to feel as if they can move forward successfully. We do this on a monthly basis, and it has given us the opportunity to learn more and more about what it is that are creating these barriers for these clients. Moving on from there, we have our bi-weekly staff meetings. We take the information that we receive during the monthly meetings and divide that information up into bi-weekly meetings in order to address with the staff what their concerns and abilities are towards attaining the goals that were spoken about during our monthly meetings, as well as to address any concerns that the staff may have as it pertains to the residents, as well as the overall functioning of the site. What we have also been able to keep consistency on is our random unit inspections. And what that allows us to do is further promote the safety of the site as well as the surrounding community, as we understand that the homeless community does deal with different types of trauma as well as substance abuse disorders. We're able to use our random unit inspections in order to keep those types of things to an absolute minimum. We promote a safe environment by confiscating those items and making sure that they are no longer within the community. Number 4 is our daily perimeter checks. What that allows us to do is to not only keep the inside of our site safe, but as well as the outside. They are not required to stay inside of the site 24/7, meaning they are able to go out within the community. And in order to keep our grounds looking as safe and as clean as possible, we make sure that our security staff, as long as with our resident aid staff, go out into the perimeter. So that is going to be the surrounding parking lot and the parking area, as well as the grass areas to encompass that as well, to make sure that there are no hidden contraband items or any unsafe items that can be brought into the site or carried off into the community. What we're also able to do to encourage the involvement of the community as well as with the clients with more than just being in the site are the involvement of the community-based organizations that do come in to provide not only donations but also services and items that our clients may need that we may not be as quick to acquire as an organization through Harbor Interfaith. And lastly, we're able to do such thing as host regional elected officials that may want to come through the site and tour and see what it is great work that you all have allowed to exist here, as well as what the community does support, and they're able to see the impact that we're having on the homeless community here in Torrance. Next slide, please. What I would like to highlight here today, though it is a highlight, it is not something that is uncommon, and it's something that we would like to promote and increase at our site. And that is going to be a success story of someone who successfully came into, took advantage of the services that are being offered, and matriculated out of the homeless field. So he was a North High graduate. What that means is he's a resident of Torrance. He's someone who has been here for quite some time, and he wanted to remain in this community. Through connecting through the outreach team, the City of Torrance has an excellent outreach team. When they're able to connect with several individuals, he was able to connect with the outreach team at Victor Park. What that means, they found him there. They were able to get him into our site. He worked well with case management. He provided all the necessary documents. Anything that he was not able to acquire, us through Harbor Interfaith were able to help him with that process. Not only that, we worked with the South Bay Workforce Investment Board to attain his security guard card, meaning we were able to help him start his career in security, which allowed him to resolve any of his financial issues. As Via did state, that is one of our biggest barriers towards our clients receiving their housing opportunities. We were able to get that resolved for him. Not only that, our site does offer medical services as well, and so he was able to connect with the Venice Family Clinic, which allowed him to get on the path towards becoming more healthy. So now he has physical health as well as financial health, and that is what ultimately allowed him to be permanently housed within the community here.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr. Street. And Mr. Street will stay around with Zolma Gent to answer questions at the end if your honorable body does have any. Moving forward with the presentation, there are a number of key partners that we try to highlight, mostly because these are partners who offer their services and really help us assess the individual needs that people at our site have and address them to the fullest extent possible. One partner that we want to shed light on, they are called Venice Family Clinic, and they provide no-cost medical services each week at our 3290 site. As you'll hear from my partner Zolma Jen in just a little bit, they also go out and do street outreach. So they are with us every single week, and they have outstanding professional medical staff. Most notable for our relationship with Venice Family Clinic, in order to be eligible for certain types of housing vouchers, people experiencing homelessness need to have some kind of certification of disability. Venice Family Clinic, because they have medical doctors on staff who come out to our site, are able to provide us that verification of disability much faster so that when we do have access to housing resources, people can qualify for them. Second partner we wanted to highlight in our presentation tonight is the South Bay Workforce Investment Board. As Mr. Street did mention earlier, South Bay Workforce Investment Board was instrumental at helping one of our temporary residents recently attain a security guard card, attain employment, and eventually that leads him to attain permanent housing. So they're a critical partner for us. 10 residents have attained full-time or part-time employment, and in the next few months, we are excited to offer work experience to those who may be looking for up to 300 hours of part-time work experience to beef up their resume. Lastly, another partner we want to highlight is Department of Mental Health. Very specifically, they have a team called the Home Team. And the Home Team has been able to provide us with some specialized mental health support. So we appreciate them coming out to our site as well as going out with our amazing outreach team. So what have we achieved since we first opened our doors on July 5th, 2022? So it's been approximately 19 months since we opened our door. 28 individuals have attained permanent housing. 3 individuals have moved to a higher level of care. That is to say, we identified through case managers and medical or mental health professionals that housing or independent living may not be the best next step for them, and they required a connection to a higher level of care. 3 individuals were reunified with family. Anyone who has heard me speak before in public knows that that number is extremely disappointing to us. We had really thought that when we opened this site that we would have greater success in connecting family members with one another. When I recently made a presentation, I made that exact remark, and I'm embarrassed to say a member of the audience raised their hand and said to me, "Viet, before you pass judgment, please be aware that not all of us know how to handle mental health crises. So before you pass judgment about people not willing to take their family members back, please be aware of that." So it was a good reminder for me from a member of the public. 22 individuals have attained permanent housing of the 28. A number that's super important for me to talk about is my expectation, our staff's expectation, and your expectation anytime we work with a service provider such as Harbor Interfaith Services. The most important thing that the service provider can do is get someone ready to be permanently housed. That is to say, get them document ready, take care of their needs, help them connect with income, and then to match them with a housing resource. That housing resource is a voucher of some sort that will then be accepted by a landlord. I'm really proud of the work that Harbor Interfaith does because right now we have 15 individuals who have a housing resource in hand. The challenge, as you already know, is there are not a lot of landlords that are taking these vouchers. One thing that is promising is we, earlier this year, Los Angeles County CEO's office did change their policy, and they are prioritizing those who are in an interim housing site to be matched with those vouchers first. And the logic behind that is if we can move people out of these interim sites, more people will be able to be served from the streets. And lastly, one more metric, 7 individuals. And this is a question that council members have asked us before. How many people who were originally there on July 5th, 2022 are still there now? 7 individuals who were there on July 5th of 2022 are still at 3290. And when we spoke with Mr. Street, it is specifically due to medical or mental health concerns or lack of income that are currently being resolved. As you noted in the presentation, we did share with you our 2023 homeless count numbers. And again, because most of you have heard me speak before, I am going to just gently remind you that when this data is looked at a granular level, that is to say at the city level, it is much less precise. The Department of Housing and Urban Development requires continuum of cares, or COCs, to perform a point-in-time count every other year. In our region, the city of Torrance falls under the LA continuum of care. So that includes the majority of LA County, not including Long Beach, Pasadena, and Glendale, because they have their own continuums of care. So we do fall under the LA continuum of care. At that level, HUD does believe that the homeless count numbers have a degree of reliability. In LAHSA's own words, as we go further down, as we become more granular with the data at the city level, it becomes less precise. So I always wanted to add that caveat. From 2022 to 2023, in LA County, the number of people experiencing unsheltered or sheltered homelessness increased by 9.2%. During that same time period, the number of people in Service Planning Area 8, which does include the city of Torrance, and several other communities around us, including Carson, Gardena, Hermosa, Redondo. Our Service Planning Area 8 saw an increase of unsheltered and sheltered people experiencing homelessness of 45%. In the city of Torrance, over that same time period, we saw an increase of 30% of unsheltered and sheltered people experiencing homelessness. The number I would draw your attention to is the next one in the line, which is to say the total number of unsheltered people in Torrance experiencing homelessness. And when I say unsheltered homelessness, I'm referring to anyone who's sleeping on a sidewalk, in a park, a tent, anywhere not meant for habitation. That number actually decreases by 45%. And the reason why I want to draw attention to that is the bulk of where the city's resources have been going to, is addressing street homelessness. The next number increases by 100%, and that is people experiencing unsheltered vehicular homelessness in Torrance. It increased by 100%. And as I've mentioned before, the city staff have not found a model of addressing vehicular homelessness that we think is particularly effective. While we remain hopeful that there will be something out there, and while we continue to look, at this point we have not seen a model to address vehicular homelessness that we feel is particularly effective. At this point, I'm going to turn it over to my partner, Zolma Gent, to talk about our faith-based homeless collaborative and our outreach program.
Thank you, Viet. Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of the City Council, Zulma Chant. On this slide, first of all, I want to acknowledge our longtime City of Torrance resident and longtime volunteer, Ms. Nancy Wilcox, who's sitting on the first row. We want to appreciate and name all her efforts for collaborating with the all Torrance faith-based community. She holds monthly meetings with them where they brainstorm on ways they can help the 3290 clients and people experiencing homelessness here in the city of Torrance. She also coordinates all holiday events, meals, caroling, and non-holiday events as well. And they also have board nights, which is something that the clients experience and they enjoy, because otherwise they would not be able to have board nights anywhere else or on the street, since some of them don't have extended families. So thank you, Nancy, for that. Next slide, please. On this slide is all the faith-based community members that attend those monthly meetings. and some of them are more active than others. Some of them do have their own toiletry drives that Nancy coordinates. They also assist, like I mentioned, with bringing items to 3290 that are needed by the residents, such as laundry, detergent, coffee, stuff that they wouldn't get otherwise because they don't have the money to purchase it. Next slide, please. Now I would like to touch a little bit on the outreach team. And as they continue to engage with the community and various city departments on a regular basis to discuss and share best practices in the city of Torrance and challenges as well as future needs. On this slide, you can see some of the key partners that continue to collaborate with the City of Torrance outreach team. And some of them are the Torrance Police Department CLO, Venice Family Clinic, DMH Home Team, as we had mentioned earlier, the South Bay COG, Harbor Interfaith Path, MHALA, and LASA, to name a few. Next slide, please. Before going into the outreach metrics, I want to say thank you and acknowledge the community lead officers, Kraft, Gonzalez, and Clark, for all their efforts as they continue to collaborate with the outreach team on all community city staff business concerns. We also want to acknowledge our new member of our team, Norma Olvera, who joined the city back in August and provides outreach services along Valerie Hernandez and the CLOs. In her first day of joining the city, she hit the ground running and transported a person experiencing homelessness here in the city of Torrance, but was originally from LA. The person was transported to a triage facility in South LA, which is called Safe Landing, because the person accepted services. So Norma was very quick in action, finding that person a bed and transporting them to South LA. And as you can see on this slide, the outreach team has responded to approximately 190 outreach requests. Those requests come from community members, city staff, elected officials, and other people. All concerns are addressed in a timely manner thanks to the collaborative efforts of our outreach team and the community lead officers. The outreach team has also been able to connect 4 individuals with the Los Angeles County Mental Health Homeless Outreach Team, which is short for Home Team, Mobile Engagement Program. Valerie and Norma stay in contact with those clients that are being held by the Home Team to ensure they receive the mental health treatment or get matched to programs or resources that will meet their needs. Through their collaborative efforts and fostering partnerships with landlords, they have permanently housed 4 individuals via the shared housing resource, meaning these clients never made it inside 3290. They went from the street to permanent housing. These clients were experiencing hard times and considered low acuity. They had a job and they were easy to get matched to permanent housing thanks to Valerie and Norma and the South Bay COG. Next slide, please. Another question we get asked often is, how can we help? There's 2 ways to help, but the first one is by assisting with the homeless count. For many years, the City of Torrance has served as a deployment site and continues to partner with Los Angeles Homeless Service Authority, local municipalities, law enforcement, and community members. This year, the homeless count will take place on Wednesday, January 24th at Ken Miller. The City of Torrance is seeking adult volunteers over the age of 18 to assist with the count. And anyone interested in being a volunteer, you can log into www.theycountwillyou.org. Next slide, please. Another way the community can help is continuing to use the LA Hop portal to report someone experiencing homelessness. The portal can be accessed by visiting www.la-hop.org, or if you have downloaded the My Torrance app, click on the Citizens Request and it will direct you to the LA Hop portal website. Interested in making a donation? Community members interested in making any type of donation can contact Nancy Wilcox and she will coordinate the drop-off or pickup. Her email is nancywilcox777@gmail.com. Next slide, please. Lastly, this is the new dashboard that was created by city staff. This is to keep the community informed on continued progress on everything homelessness. The city has created this dashboard where you no longer have to click on different pages to get the most up-to-date metrics as it relates to homelessness. I want to thank CDD and City Cable for their support in creating and maintaining this dashboard that will be updated on a monthly basis. Next slide, please. On this slide, you can see that the Social Services Commission took lead this year again for the 2023 Back to School Drive, where 1,800 school items were collected and donated to TUSD students. Next slide, please. And here are more pictures from the faith-based organizations who deliver sandwiches to 3290 constantly. It's not just a one-time deal that these community organizations do. They do it every so often, and we are grateful for their support. Next slide, please. Just recently, the outreach team was joined by Assemblymember Muratsuchi during street outreach visit with Venice Family Clinic, where they visited a few clients to learn about Venice Family Clinic mobile approach and the services offered by the city of Torrance. He was able to engage with our outreach team and our homeless clients here in the city. Here are some pictures of some memorable moments from our outreach team. Now I will turn it over to Mr. Huang, who will finalize the presentation with some funding resources.
Thank you, Ms. Gent. As the community and your honorable body often asks, to what extent is the city's general fund being impacted by these efforts? And we wanted to provide this slide for two reasons. Number one is to show that indeed most of our funding sources are outside of the city's general fund. And number two is to make sure that we thank the partners who make this financially possible for us. So over the years, as you can see, we've actually had the entirety of the site preparation for our 3290 interim housing site, the acquisition of the units there, all funded by various government sources, including the Los Angeles County Development Authority, ESGCV funds, the South Bay Cities Council of Government, and private donations, as well as Measure H funds. Our two amazing outreach coordinators, Valerie and Norma, are funded by Home ARP funds. Our operations this year for our 3290 site are being funded by the California Housing and Community Development Permanent Local Housing Allocation Fund, a Congressional Community Project Fund grant, and a private donation from the Providence Little Company of Mary. In addition, as Ms. Gent noted before, there is significant cleanup activity that happens in encampment areas, and that's funded through a grant we received from the Office of Congressman Ted Lieu. So the city's general fund is minimally impacted. Before I move on from this slide, we've tried to, as much as possible, mention all the people who do the heavy lifting, including the community lead officers, our outreach team, Mr. Street and his staff, our amazing volunteer Nancy Wilcox. Who we did not mention yet so far is someone fantastic by the name of Julia Smith, super smart, and handles all this funding to make sure we're compliant. What do the next steps look like for us? As your honorable body will probably recall, when your honorable body approved of an extension of 2 years, April of this year, staff did indicate that we have secured funding through June 30th, 2025. Should your honorable body approve of an extension of this interim housing project beyond June 30th of 2025, we are in the process of looking for funding. So there's a number of resources that we've identified, including the permanent local housing allocation, a fairly new funding source from the county called the Cities and Councils of Government Interim Housing Services, which we intend to apply for in the January timeframe and have already made contact with the county to let them know. And we still have ongoing conversations with private organizations who are interested in the work that we're doing. In addition, as noted in the item, and as we are often asked by council and members of the community, are we looking at other sites? Staff continues to facilitate the steps required to remove existing deed restrictions that prevent residential occupancy for the Mary K. Giordano Regional Transit Center. And the major next step for us is we will be back in spring of 2024, hopefully with more good news for the work that the outreach team and Harbor Interfaith is doing at both our interim site and our outreach efforts. With that, staff recommends that your honorable body accept and file this updated report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance, and staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Aaron, welcome aboard, Team Torrance. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. No questions as much as statements. I just want to thank everyone. This is not an easy topic to try to conquer at all. It's getting more and more difficult by the day. And Mr. Street, when you said we have an excellent outreach team, they are phenomenal in what they do. And in addition to the story that you shared with the individual at Victor Park, which I am grateful for, there's another story that I'll share that a couple of weeks ago, I was at a Starbucks close to Hawthorne and Torrance, and there was a gentleman laying across the sidewalk, almost blocking the door to the Starbucks and inhibiting people from coming in and out. And so I called the police department, and Chief Hart, this is more for you, spoke with one of the dispatchers, Dispatcher LeBon, and she dispatched a newer officer, Officer Hale, I believe it is, to engage with the individual. From the second that I made the phone call to have someone to come out, to the officer coming out and really taking the time to understand what that individual's story was, being very understanding and just having empathy for his situation, and just taking the time to actually explain to him why he couldn't sleep across the sidewalk in front of Starbucks where people were trying to get in and out. And oddly enough, I was meeting someone there, and they overheard the officer continue to talk to the gentleman as he was being walked away, and said that officer was just fantastic. And then that led to the follow-up to our very dynamic homeless outreach team. And I understand that we all suffer from what I call the 3 A's, which is affordability, accessibility, and the availability of housing here in Torrance. But for this team to come together and do the work that you do is just outstanding. And I also want to thank Viet. He would never take credit for it, but he really does spearhead the team here that we have in Torrance to address homeless issues, which are probably going to be a continuing issue. So I just wanted the public to know that it is truly a team effort, particularly with one of the CLOs that actually came to talk to some of the neighborhood watch people, Officer Kraft. I don't know if there's a whole lot of officers that take the time to really understand the issue of homelessness like Officer Kraft does. So that'll be a third one for you, Chief Hart. So I just wanted to say thank you for addressing the issues. We still have a while to go. Hopefully some of these numbers will start trending downwards. And
Excuse me, Councilwoman Lewis. Miss, will you please not try to overspeak while Councilwoman is speaking? You are disrupting our meeting. Thank you.
And I just wanted to truly say it does take a team effort, and Nancy, you are a superstar as well. And thank you for all our efforts, and hopefully we'll be able to move forward and get some of these numbers trending down like we did the one statistic, the unsheltered PEHs on sidewalks and streets. So thank you all.
You are not authorized to speak at this moment. Please don't speak from the back there. Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. I just want to say thank you to everyone, and also welcome Mr. Street and your team. I think we all know the efforts of Ms. Jan and of course Viet and the rest of the staff and the outreach team. But we know that this is obviously a challenge, that it's not just here in Torrance. It's pretty much everywhere nationwide. But especially here in California, we do have what seems to be a mass migration towards, better weather, better services, etc. The one of the I think the best things that we could have done is actually give the program a chance. Because after the first 12 months in existence, it was difficult to see the fruits of all these efforts, right? But I can see that the numbers don't lie. When you see 28 individuals that got permanently housed in one way or another, those are 28 individuals that were either in their vehicles or really outside in the weather. Now, that doesn't sound like much compared to the 398 individuals, but we're chipping away at it. And I think we're doing probably a hell lot more than a lot of the surrounding cities. Not to take away any other cities' efforts, but I really do think that what Torrance is doing to try to keep people off the streets and into programs is phenomenal, to say the least. I do believe that we could probably increase, I know we allocated some funding from SST. I believe it was about $1 million a year. I would like to see some efforts. I hate to call it spending that money, but, finding ways to where we can actually utilize that money to, get more individuals off the streets and into programs. Now, I know it's a difficult task. I get it. There's a lot of legality. There's a lot of red tape, and I also don't. I also feel that some organizations, when cities start doing things on their own, they feel like we're almost like in a way stepping on their toes. I don't want to feel that way, but I can kind of sense it. So I do want to see us put a little bit more effort into finding programs. Whether it's motel room stays. Which I know the COG also at one point had offered some funding for that. I know there's a lot of variables. Obviously, you're gonna if somebody that's mentally ill, you can't just throw them in a motel room. So they and then eventually destroy it. So I know there's a lot of hesitancy also from the motel owners. But I mean, if there's a will, there's a way. I really do think that that money that we allocated should have already been being spent. I know we might have maybe chipped into it a little bit. The efforts of keeping people off the streets should not be directly connected to the occupancy, or I should say vacancy rate of 3290. In other words, our ability, or I guess our inability to enforce our anti-camping ordinances should not be directly connected to that, period. I really do think that the anti-camping ordinance that we voted in is a great tool to encourage people off the streets, because I don't think the streets of Torrance or anywhere really should be an option. Nobody should live on the streets, period. So I do feel that there might be some improvement as far as needed, such as maybe increasing the number of spaces we have. I know back in 2021, that was one of the concerns, that 40 was not going to, based on the numbers that we had back then, and now we have actually more individuals. I just feel like 40 was, even at the time I had said it, that we need room for expansion of the program. If we want it to really work, we need to have available beds in order to be able to enforce the anti-camping. So it's kind of like a double-edged sword to say, well, what are you going to do? If we have just 40, the program doesn't really fully work, in my opinion. So in order to really fully work, we do really need to look into, and maybe that SST money might be part of the funding for an expansion. But I know I don't think there's anywhere within the city of Torrance that everybody's going to be happy about. But I do feel that the location has worked out here. I don't think we've had any major issues. Other, the few issues that you normally have. We don't have people in the middle of the night wandering within the civic center, like some people had concerns about, legitimate concerns. I just don't see that happening, especially with the installation of that fence that goes north to south within the Civic Center. That I think just steps that we took to try to minimize the impact to the community have, in my opinion, worked. So I know we talk about finding another location, but the reality is keeping everybody in one location might actually be beneficial for management purposes, I would imagine, because having two separate sites eventually, or maybe just one bigger site, keeping everybody under one area, I think just for management purposes, I think will be easier. I don't know if industrial areas, away from residential areas, that's something that we might want to look into, even if it's long-term leases. We do have some money available on a constant basis that we allocated. Maybe that's something that we need to look into, is leasing out some long-term, parking lots that can be converted to housing, or not housing, but temporary housing, like the ones we have back here. So anyways, just thank you for all the efforts. I'm full support of everything that's being done. Maybe put it in a higher gear right now and maybe start tapping into some of that SST money that we promised that we were going to spend towards this, or towards the effort. All right, thank you guys. Appreciate it.
Thank you. Councilman Shea.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Zulma and Mr. Street. Welcome aboard. You have a wonderful team that you're working with. I personally have a lot of interaction with Zulma, Valerie, Norma, and I really appreciate the work they have done. I think they get texts from me on a weekly basis. I send them pictures for the transient, and I appreciate that. They're very proactive. They always give me an update, and I am very proud of the work that they are doing and they have done. My couple questions, the individuals that we are helping, the question that I get from community members, are they all from the city of Torrance? Can you elaborate on that for public information, if you could, please?
So Valerie and Norma do go through a process where they evaluate when they encounter somebody experiencing homelessness in the city of Torrance. If you recall, I mentioned a story where Norma, during her first week, she encountered somebody at West Annex that wanted homeless services. That person was determined to be from Los Angeles County. Well, with Norma having conversations with that person, he explained he came from LA and he's just wandering, but he was homeless. What that made Norma believe or understand that that person's not from Torrance, so there's no way in chance that he can be added to that waiting list or ever enter 3290. So she had to pivot and find other resources available for this individual. It is when she transported this person to a triage homeless shelter in South LA, westbound to be exact, on Normandy and like Imperial Highway. So there is a process that Norma and Valerie do during the intake process of their outreach program, where they have to fill out forms to assist Julia, who keeps us in compliance with the federal grant. And at the same time, they get the information that they need to determine whether the person will go into 3290 or access other services available to them, not here in the city of Torrance.
Thank you for helping us understand. And also, I think you and your team have given your cell numbers. So it's 24/7 service, and I'm very proud of that. It's for the community. They can text them with the transient information, then you can reach out to them and help them. And I think that's very unique for our city. If you could also elaborate on, I know some of us talked about the location. Are we still exploring alternative location?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, we're always exploring alternative locations. As council may recall, all city assets have already been explored. However, we continue to engage in any prospective development in industrial areas, having heard council and community concerns to try and situate any replacement site in an industrial area that is can at least meet the same buffering requirements that are present for the present location. The challenge, however, is a lot of our industrial areas are either not available for sale, or they would only support an activation for congregate care. Thus far, staff has not been able to identify a model of congregate care that we can find a service vendor to support us in the activation, or can lead to the same results that we've been able to achieve with 3290. That said, there is the city's regional transit facility that does present additional buffering capability than is that we have with the 3290 activation here at the Civic Center. Our challenge with that is it's a legacy industrial property that had deed restrictions preventing any overnight occupancy because of the prior industrial usage of the site. We have an open application with DTSC. We have retained an environmental consultant named GSI, who is working with DTSC counterparts to develop a work plan that would allow the city to address soil conditions to allow for DTSC to remove that deed restriction. As I mentioned on previous occasions, this is not an overnight process, however. It is difficult. It requires, after DTSC approval of the work plan, implementation of that work plan. We want to make sure that we implement that plan at a proper sequence for subsequent development at the site. And unfortunately, it will just take some time before that location is available for council's consideration. We do include, as you saw in the presentation, updates. It's just a matter that will require a lot more time and patience to achieve.
Yeah, thank you, Danny. I think I and my colleague constantly reaching out to all of you to help us, give us an update for locations, but for public awareness, I want you to explain to them that we're still exploring and we're not giving up. Another question from, I think, maybe Mr. Street. The 7 individuals that we have in homeless, this tiny homes, and they are, if I'm not mistaken, they're still medical related. Those individuals, they're still there at the 3290 since day one, since we have started that program. So what's the plan for these if they are medically challenged? Why cannot we transport them to the facility that they can help?
So as Via did mention, we do have different services that do come onto the site to help out with such needs. And once again, to allude back to what Via did mention, was that we are an all-encompassing program. Typically within a shelter setting, what you would have is someone who is deemed unfit for the program and then they are moved elsewhere. But as a interim housing setting and as a program, we want to make sure that we're able to provide them with the services in order to make sure that they are able to reach stability first. And so the long process of it has been the matching them to the appropriate services. We are fortunate enough to have Venice Family Clinic who are able to come on board, and they are able to give such things as prescriptions and recommendations. And we want to make sure that we're doing what is necessary for those people to reach stability. So the reason it's been a long process for their medical needs is because we want to make sure that they're reaching stability before we move them on forward in the process.
But the system we have, we're not detaining them, probably that's a strong word, but they can go in and out anytime they want, right? Or there's no restrictions on them. So how we can literally provide them any medical assistance if they're, let's say if they don't show up in the next 2-3 days?
So it is built into the structure of the program that they must be on site. So they are able to leave as they please, but they must return. As Via did point out, we do have 24/7, 365 staff. Those staff members are able to assist these individuals with such things as adherence to their medication policies. And then once we do have the Venice Family Clinic who comes on board, they're able to follow up with that doctor to make sure that the process and procedures that have been laid in place are being followed.
Thank you. Thank you. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you to the whole team. I had a question about the 15 individuals that are currently matched to housing resources, but there's not housing for them. What does it take for someone that wants company, that has a spare room in their home, to be available or to get on a list to offer that housing and accept the vouchers.
Councilmember, I'm not understanding your.
So if there's someone in Torrance that has a spare room that they want to offer up, maybe it would provide them income to be able to accept the voucher. They want company. How can they get on a list to be available to match one of these individuals to?
The best way would be to connect them with the South Bay COG, which they oversee the program where Valerie and Norma access through Home Share. They have the list available of all the homeowners that are renting a room, or even connect them with Valerie and Norma. They can reach out to the landlord or the owner of that property if they're interested of being matched with somebody in our site.
Okay, so go to the COG or come to,
Either way, we can
Torrance.
make the connection, so
Okay.
somebody from 3290 can be connected to that resource.
is there an opportunity to do some kind of awareness program within the city?
We can definitely work with the South Bay COG because it is their program and do some awareness for our residents here. So
Okay.
people are aware of that. I think we've done it through the Social Services Commission in the past, but maybe it's time to revamp that awareness.
Okay, thank you.
Councilwoman, that's a really great question, and Ms. Gent has very good memory. The COG did have a major campaign, I want to say about 2 years ago, where they were trying to reach out to people who were interested. So that's something that we can revisit and see if we can get information publicized back here.
Okay, I'd appreciate that. And then the other thing, just a quick comment, I just wanted to acknowledge the team for helping to reach out and develop relationships with bordering cities. If I could mention, we had a pretty large motorhome encampment, and we have been compassionately able to get that down 3/4 of the size and find resources for those individuals. And so thank you for that partnership with City of Los Angeles. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilwoman Kalani. I think Ronson, probably from the South Bay COG, could help if you know someone who's willing to offer their spare bedroom. I've got a few questions just going through the charts here. I think, once again, thank you for the entire team. I know it's an integrated effort, and it is a high priority for our city to address the situation. That's why the leadership team runs right out of the city manager's office. That means it's a high priority, and I appreciate every one of you. And I know that there's a lot of turnover with this kind of service. I'm going to go one page at a time, and via the earlier one, I think I'm the one that suggested looking at like doubling up whenever possible. And I'm going to continue to press and make it a suggestion to look at opportunities where it's possible. I know that, you mentioned your example, if you go to 80, we can't do it. But what about 41, right? We might have the trial case where there might be an opportunity. And I'm just thinking because, is it better to have 41 and that there's that potential possibility as opposed to one extra person on the wait list that's on the street? And I'm just thinking, it makes a difference for one person. At least keep that in mind, if it's possible. But I'm not suggesting 80. I'm saying maybe 41, maybe 42. But at least keep on pressing that option. And as I thought about looking at different areas, and I know that a lot of time we have a lot of our elected officials at the county and state and the federal level who's always trying to help us with funding. Recently, just dawned on me, and I don't know if this is possible, I'm going to just ask staff to think about it. Councilman Tucci also said, the 3290 location seems to be working. We found, we've got water, gas, and all the utility plumbing. I was just wondering if the fence line between us and the parking lot of the county courthouse, if our county leadership is willing to say, work with the county courthouse and say that very last row of the parking lot, which probably very seldom gets used, what if that fence gets moved out? Are they willing to give us rent-free use of, that very last row, that may allow us to put maybe, 5 more units, and then we could use the existing utility and just expand it. That's just a thought to see if we can explore that rent-free use. Then we might have to do a little bit work. I know there's a little gutter there, but I think our staff could work it if our state or county leadership, I know, the property belongs to, between one of them, they probably have some way to say yay or nay. And I know Supervisor Janice Hanna always say, if you need some help, we'll make it happen. I think we're still in her district. An idea to think about, then extra 5 units could do the work. See the other one, let me quickly flip through. Going back to what Councilman Sheikh was referring to just now, and the 7 individuals that's been here since day one, we'll say. I think probably one of the challenges upon we have a candidate, we might have 10 or 15 on the wait list today. I don't know if there is a better way to do a triage, because we don't know when we're about to enter them, what is their situation. And once they're in there, they occupy a space. We sure don't want to say, you have to leave if there's no place for them to go. I think I understand the road of that. I just don't know if there's a way to assess the severity of their needs before we enter them in, because the idea is temporary housing. So if they've been here for about 3 years, that's getting close to permanent housing, and that's not the intended use. So there's a way we can do that.
Your Honor, if I may, Adam Chapman, City Manager, the team's been working at options where we can potentially incentivize landlords, realizing that this population needs the support, and to give them the reassurance that the City of Torrance, back to utilizing some of the SSD money, where we can, above and beyond what typically Section 8 will provide as far as those incentives, in trying to create the extended pool of available units, and that'll help us addressing the backlog while looking at, there's been some instances where we have leveraged some short-term stays when we had individuals waiting to transition to permanent supportive housing so that we could create that vacancy. So we are constantly exploring all the alternative ways to expand our capacity to help individuals.
Great. The other item, I think it was during your pitch, Zoma, about board nights, I think with Nancy Wilcox, with the faith-based community. When we do have those board nights, are they usually at a certain place, or we go to, I'm assuming it's not having board nights at 3290, or it is at 3290?
The organizations do come to 3290 and set up tables there for the clients to come out of their units and participate if they wish so.
Okay, okay, great. I didn't know we can flex our area that way. And I think Councilman Sheikh was really applauding the 24/7. We do have weekend coverage nowadays as well?
Absolutely.
Okay. All right. All right, well, thank you very much. I think there's one of the best compliments we get is that, just like our, economic development, we've been trying to push and pitch Torrance, and unsolicited comments from visitors to our city have been, when we come to the city of Torrance, there's something different. And I just want to applaud the whole team here. And when they say different, the first thing I ask them, what are you referring to? They're saying, where are the homeless people? Well, we know where they are because it's our own home, right? But a lot of times visitors come in, they say that. And I just want to say thank you for everyone who's been working this, because that's the best compliment, unsolicited, just coming from someone else who comes into our city. And I know we work very hard. I know from PD, fire, CDD, everybody works on this. And I appreciate City Manager's office taking the leadership. And I think it is that priority for us.
Your Honor, if I may, Honorable President, City Manager, I also want to thank you and council and the community for supporting our efforts. I know this was a major undertaking, and like you said, every single department with our park rangers, our security officers, our custodians, our HR folks, literally finance paying the bills, the public works responding as needed, community development with our code enforcement, fire prevention, everybody's intertwined in our response, and I know it took leadership, bold leadership on your behalf to give us a chance. And like everything else, the 21 square miles of Torrance is one that we truly embrace. And this is, when I talk to our staff members, of all the things that we recognize as why we chose public service, being able to help people get off the streets and transition into housing is a defining moment for all of us. And again, on behalf of the organization and the community of our city team and our nonprofit partners and volunteers, I think Torrance is at the cutting edge, and we'll continue to advocate for, as Measure H is going to come up for renewal at the county level. Viet said on the ribbon committee, Danny's been constantly working on alternative sites, so this is work in progress, and I'm glad we're able to, even cable communications, telling our story with the whiteboard, now the dashboard through CDD, really an educational campaign, and I appreciate that very much on behalf of the team. Thank you.
Oh, thank you very much. And, I don't know what other cities do, but I know that we're, meeting other elected in different conferences. We may be one of the few cities that every elected official is like the eyes and ears of, making sure that if there's someone that seems to need help, the staff gets a message to say, please visit, so-and-so may need some help. And I think it's a very high priority. Councilman Lewis.
I just had one follow-up question about the stats, probably for Viet, I would think. In the total unsheltered vehicular, did we include El Camino, or does that go to the LA County SPA 8 count, which I believe it does?
Councilwoman, that was not in our geographic region. I'm just going to look up my friend Nancy Wilcox, who's been doing it for years. Is that correct, Nancy? It's in a different track. It's not in the Torrance track. Yeah.
Correct. Okay.
You have to talk to a microphone so we can hear you.
No, Via can repeat it.
Sorry, I completely violated protocol. I apologize. So what Ms. Wilcox said, and the reason why I turned to Ms. Wilcox is she has been volunteering for the homeless count for a billion years. Ms. Wilcox is correct. The census tract for Torrance does not include El Camino. El Camino is counted in the general SPA 8 number. I know Councilman Matucci knows Ms. Wilcox very well, so he knows what I'm talking about. It would be counted in the SPA 8 number, Councilwoman Lewis.
Yes, I know that's some of our residents would want to know that, where the dividing line is. So thank you, and I appreciate it.
All right, I don't see any council members clicking in. Does any members of the public wish to speak on this item? And after this item, we're going to take a break. I'm just giving you a heads up. I know there are a lot of people moving around here.
Hi, I'm Tricia Blanco, 36-year resident, and I'm just so proud of Torrance for the work that's been done in this area. So proud to see us taking care of the needy and not shunning them or ignoring them or getting mad at them, but doing a really mammoth effort. And I personally did send No Family and sent them through this system, and they were helped amazingly. They were living in a car, and their kids were in Torrance schools. So it was, you don't expect to find that here, but they were here. Also, in the future, I would love to see us send something, as you mentioned, the Giardino, or I'm not sure if I'm saying that right, but that has to do with the metro. In other words, at the beginning or end of the metro, when it's set up here into Torrance, and it'd be wonderful to have homeless services there the way they do in Santa Monica, I've read. Social services available to them.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
This is a great example how good work you do, and Mr. Shaparian, over $3 million, and the homeless is growing, growing, and growing. And all this money spent on these interfaith services and these services and that services. The guy's getting 3 meals a day and the $16,000 check. You know, you go in there and you live a week in there. You go in there and live a week in there. I wouldn't move in that crap if you pay me. And this was an update. You did not say the update. We have already people who died there. You know, if in my case somebody dies, I would be in jail. If in your case somebody dies with the fire department good work, nothing happens. People die in that place. You forget to mention. I yield my time.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of the city managers and accept and file the update report on the city's progress in addressing homelessness in Torrance.
With gratitude, I'd like to make a motion to concur, accept, and file.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. We're going to take a 10-minute break.
Thank you.
Thank you. We just returned from a break. We're on item 9E from the city manager. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honor and members of council. I'm Brianne Cohen, Civil Service Manager, City Manager's Office. It is the recommendation of the City Manager that your honorable body set a hearing date of Tuesday, February 6th, 2024, to conduct a closed hearing to consider an appeal of the Civil Service Commission's decision sustaining the termination of a police services officer. The Civil Service Commission hearing commenced on May 8th, 2023, and continued on August 28th, September 11th, and 18th, 2023, with the decision being adopted on September 25th, 2023. A timely appeal of the Commission's decision was filed on October 4th, 2023, and both parties have indicated that February 6th, 2024 is an acceptable date to proceed with the appeal hearing. This hearing is recommended to start at 5 p.m. in council chambers, and the appellant requested a closed session. City Civil Service staff is preparing to provide the record in this matter for your review prior to this hearing, and I'm available for any questions on this matter. Thank you.
Thank you. Looks like Councilwoman Lewis clicked in. Go ahead.
Hello, Brianne Cohen. How are you?
Doing well, Councilwoman Lewis. How are you this evening?
Good. I mostly have a question for probably the city attorney. So 5 o'clock to 6:30 is when we have our closed sessions, and I think that this is likely going to take a while, and I know it's past practice to do it that way, but could we, if needed, call for a special closed session council meeting to handle this item?
You could, although the parties have already agreed to this date, so you probably end up moving the date again, but you could do that. And just so you know, it's on the record. It's like a court appeal, so there's only like 10 to 15 minutes of argument for both sides plus rebuttal, and that's it. It's not full-on witnesses or anything else, so it should be able to be done in that time period.
Okay, I just wanted to make sure that it wasn't compacted with a very long closed agenda item. Thank you.
Any other members of the council have comments or questions with regard to this date? If not, anyone from the public? I don't see any. I'll take a motion to concur with the recommendation of city manager.
Make a motion to concur with the city manager for the hearing date set for February 2024.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9F from the city manager and general services. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Mayor, members of the council. Sean Megardichin with General Services. No presentation, pardon me, but I'll just walk you through the item. Per Councilman Shake's oral request, on September 12th, staff presented City Council with an option to illuminate 3 sides of the front exterior of City Hall with computer-controlled, color-changing LED light fixtures at a cost of just under $100,000. Though your honorable body liked the concept, you directed staff to come back with some more cost-effective proposals, and we plan to return to the City Council in January of 2024. But in order to commemorate this holiday season, staff is seeking direction for a test period to utilize existing uplighting on the front 6 pillars of City Hall. And what we can do is put color-changing materials inside the lens covers to reflect, whatever your honorable body should choose to, direct staff to do. And we can do that from a period from December 1st through 31st. So with that, I'm available for questions or to take direction what you'd like to do in front of City Hall.
Thank you very much. Any comments or questions from the council? Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. Just real quick, it says the expenditure's none. Could you explain that?
Correct. We're using our existing lighting system, and it would be something that we could change a color in the lens during normal working hours with staff, so we wouldn't have to expend it. And we have material on hand.
Great, thank you.
Okay, looks like they answered both questions. Anyone else from the council have any questions? All right. Any members of the public who wish to make a comment on this?
This is Andy Porchap again. I like this, light it up like a Christmas tree. I would do it year around, each and every year, but I just wonder if I could do the same thing, or any other businesses. I know businesses, they put up advertising on their window, and then they got fined, and it was a misdemeanor violation, advertising their Christmas sale. But you need the money, and you're business friendly. So can I lit my house up like this? Huh? Or any businesses? Any buildings? Huh? Can they do it? Or this is just gonna be just for you? Just for you. And we have money for this, right? We have money for this, right? We have money for this, right? Huh? We have money for this. Huh? We have money for this. Yield my time.
Okay, that was interesting. Whew. Everybody take a deep breath. Okay, anyone else from the public who wish to speak? Go ahead.
Hi. I understand what you guys want to do with the lighting. The problem is, I think you're going to get yourselves in trouble, because if you do it for this event or this occasion, then that occasion's going to want it, and then that occasion's going to want it, and then it's going to become a big mess. Plus, I don't know, have you guys asked any of the people who live in the homes around here if they want to see what you're lighting up to commemorate? Maybe they don't want to see that. I think you guys could better use the money on something else. And another thing, past 9 o'clock, 10 o'clock, Torrance is closed. All the businesses are closed. You can barely get a hamburger. I'm not kidding you. All the eating establishments close at freaking 9 o'clock. I'm not kidding.
Thank you. Your time is up. I'm pretty sure the city's not closed after that. Otherwise, Starbucks in trouble. Councilman Griffith, you clicked in, or do you want to wait till they?
No, I clicked in. If public's done, I'll go ahead, or it doesn't matter.
Okay, let's give him anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? All right, come back to you, Councilman Griffith.
Yeah, thank you. Questions I just thought of is, how are the lights, are they secured? Are they just set out on the concrete, or are they?
They're actually in the concrete. They're existing fixtures.
Oh, okay.
So there's uplighting right now. So if you go outside, there's just standard uplighting on the front 6 pillars. This would just simply be opening the lens cap and putting a color, different color, should you give us direction for whatever color you'd want to see.
Great. I was worried that you were just thinking of setting out some lights that you had lying around and putting them at the bottom of the pillar and.
They're existing flush ground, existing permanent fixtures.
And then what are the hours of operations of those lights currently?
They come on at approximately dusk, and I think they last, until about, they might be a photo, so I think they're on most of the night. So I think it's dusted on.
Okay, thank you.
All right. How does the council wish to proceed on this? Council, go ahead.
All right, thank you, Mayor. Considering there's no cost and we can do this during our own hours, I'd say let's give it a test run and see how it looks, and if the program works, we can maybe expand it. So I say we go with the recommendation to try the program.
I think staff is going to ask you, is there a particular color?
Correct.
Yeah. Well, particular color, I don't know. I mean, how many lights do we have that we?
There are a total of 6.
6? My gosh, I mean, now you got me do it all. Yeah, okay, yeah, there you go. Thank you.
Councilwoman Lewis.
Okay, so I'm just going to go and say what everybody's thinking. So over the holidays, you have a consortium of colors. If you want to do Hanukkah, that'd be blue and clear. If you want to do Christmas, of course, green and red. If you want to do Kwanzaa, green, red, and yellow. I guess the question is going to be how, and I'm sure if it's with the colored lens that I know you're talking about, it's just a little pop-on, pop-off lens like you would do at home. I think the overarching question is what type of lighting and when is it changed out? And just to make everything clear, these are already existing lights that are out there that are white right now.
So if you would like to direct staff to insert colors on the 3 holidays you just described, we can certainly do that if that's the council's direction for certain periods of the month. So, for example, Christmas, red and green for certain days. I think Hanukkah this year is between the 7th and 15th. I believe Kwanzaa is the December 26th through January 1st. So we could honor those days and do red and green for the rest of the month. Those are certain examples we could certainly do.
And we can do Torrance colors on New Year's to usher in the new year. So I think that, for me, that was the concern of how we would do that. But if we can establish that that is in fact the preliminary schedule while we are testing this to see if it makes a difference, it'll be clear to everyone. And before I get the emails, which I know I'm going to get, we're only talking about the holiday season to the new year. Anything beyond that point, we will come back for reconsidering. But this is just a test to see if the colored lenses work. So I don't want to hear about anything in 2024 unless it's New Year's Day. Thank you.
Now, am I correct? We did purple before when we did paint the town purple?
We did blue during the COVID to honor first responders and emergency and medical workers. So we've done blue. It just depends on what color. We just open the it's called a gel. We put the gel in there and we change the color.
Yeah, I was just wondering, for during the American Cancer Relay for Life, sometimes we had to paint the town purple, right?
Your Honor, Danny Santana, City Manager's Office, we did.
Yeah, okay. So we kind of know what the lights look like. Okay, Councilman Matucci, looks like you're still the mover.
All right, so moved. Yeah, we'll do the color combination that you mentioned with the calendar. I think that's a nice way to start it off.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
So is it coming on next week?
December 1st.
Okay. Item 9G, from the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor, members of City Council, Viet Huang, City Manager's Office for Jamie Lay. Item 9G is a recommendation of the City Manager that City Council approve side letter agreements between the Torrance City Employees Association, TCEA, and management regarding the Human Resources Technician position, and 2 Torrance Municipal Employees AFSCME Local 1117 TME AFSCME, and management regarding a temporary parking lot sweeping program. Staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any members of the council have comments or questions? I don't see any. Any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Thank you very much. I'll take a motion to concur the recommendation of the city manager.
I make the motion, and I believe we need a number and title, or is this just an update? Just the update? Okay. I make a motion to approve it with the recommendation.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9H from the city manager, is there a staff presentation?
Thank you, Your Honor. Viet Wong, City Manager's Office again for Jamie Lay. Item 9H is a recommendation of the City Manager that your honorable body adopt resolutions amending Resolution Number 2022144 for certain full-time hourly and salaried employees, which modifies the Human Resources Analyst salary grids, and 2, Resolution Number 2023-12 for the executive and management employees, which modifies language regarding new hires and promotions and updates the benefits category for the assistant police chief. And staff is available for questions. Thank you.
Thank you. Any comments or questions from the council? If not, any members of the public who should speak on this item?
I don't know, I mixed up my papers over there, so I don't know how many thousands of dollars this is involved. But remember, we have money to give out raises, you know. So since Mr. Shaparian give out raises to everybody, he got a raise. So just keep raising the wages and the benefits, and the city is already doing very good. We are number five from the bottom. You know where the frog ass is? That's close to the ground. That's the bottom. We are number 5. We were number 3. We are number 5. Of course, I'm not surprised on this because, as you said, Mr. Chan, Torrance is the heartbeat of the South Bay. Torrance is the heartbeat. Forget Beverly Hills, forget Pasadena, forget everybody else. And of course, Torrance is the capital of the airplane factories and pilot schools. And the noise.
Your time is up. Torrance is the heart of the South Bay, not the heartbeat, and Pasadena is not in the South Bay. So, anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? If not, may I have a number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor. The first one is Resolution Number 2023-112, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2022-144, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for certain full-time salaried and hourly employees effective November 26, 2023. The second is Resolution Number 2023-113, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Resolution Number 2023-12, setting forth hours, wages, and working conditions for executive and management employees effective August 7th, 2023.
Motion to concur and adopt resolutions number 2023-112 and 2023-113.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Item 9I from the city manager is their staff presentation.
Good evening, Your Honor, members of the City Council, Adam Chaparian, City Manager. This is a very brief recommendation, again, in response to an oral by Councilman Griffiths with council concurrence. Staff is bringing back this item to receive direction regarding the City Treasurer Resolution 28-110. City Treasurer Goodrich is available for any questions, along with staff and City Attorney. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. And thank you, staff, for bringing this back. This was as a result of a discussion from the city treasurer back in May of this year when he gave his kind of annual report or kind of first year summary of progress in the department. And I want to thank the city treasurer for the improvements and the significant steps forward that have happened in that time and continuing today. Obviously, we're in far better shape than we were with the previous city treasurer, so I thank you for that. But the reason that I asked for this item to come forward is that based on information that was brought out during that May meeting, I believe that the current resolution that defines the treasurer's position, hours, pay, et cetera, that I believe that the treasurer is currently in violation of that resolution, and that's why I wanted to bring it back to discuss. And the reason that I say that is because in the discussions back in May, the treasurer, upon questioning, admitted that He's not working the job full-time. He's committed to other work, and he has no intention of making this a full-time position for himself. And yet the resolution states very clearly it requires in section 1.1 that the city treasurer devote full time to the interest of the city. And so for that reason, I believe that the city treasurer is operating outside of the definitions of the resolution. And ironically, that very same resolution, he voted aye to support that resolution, as did I and others on the council at that time. It was a unanimous vote by the council to create that resolution in 2018. So we as a council, we can decide that we can modify the resolution to match the current conditions as stated by the treasurer, or accept the fact that yet again we have an elected treasurer who is disregarding the terms of the agreed upon working conditions and not being able to take any action due to the charter problems that we have still yet unresolved about ability to take any action against an elected official who's not following the terms of their agreement. So if we decide tonight to modify the resolution for the full-time status situation, we can, and in my opinion, we should consider changes to the salary and or benefits, as the current pay as defined in the resolution was based on it being a full-time operation or full-time position. In fact, on the issue of pay, as a council member, Mr. Goodrich multiple times lobbied to request that the treasurer pay be reduced to the same pay as council members, which at that time and still today is $100 per month. And then most recently, as the centerpiece of his campaign to run for treasurer, his statements repeatedly throughout the campaign, and the basis for his a centerpiece of his campaign was, and I quote, to reduce the exorbitant pay and benefits of the city treasurer, and end quote, and then to be in line with council members' pay and benefits. Further, Mr. Goodrich can't honestly make a claim that he didn't know what he was getting into, because being on the council for 7 years and more than half of those years dealing with the issues of the previous problematic city treasurer, the issues of the treasurer's department was discussed heavily both in open and in closed session. And then there's the issue of integrity of elected officials. We've unfortunately had a serious blemish put upon the office of treasurer due to the actions of the previous treasurer. The current treasurer has almost now 1.5 years to get the department in order and seems to have done, as I said earlier, achieved a significant progress and done a good job. He worked previously as a council member for 7 years at the same pay as what he campaigned to make the treasurer's pay. And I'm sure he's put in much more time as a council member than he's putting in as city treasurer. So those are just my commentaries. I would love to hear what my colleagues think, and I hope that we can avoid a situation where we have an elected official that's not following the definitions that we, as council members, have voted upon. That's the end of my comments.
Thank you. Does any other council members wish to speak? Councilman Matucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Thank you, Griffiths, for your concerns. I mean, I do agree that what's written down and what's being delivered may be not kosher, I guess. But I do believe that Treasurer Goodrich is actually doing an excellent job. I think he's gone above and beyond his duty to deliver. Quite honestly, as an elected official, you know, and this wasn't clear back when we voted on this back in was it November of 2018. It wasn't really clear to me at the time, but it is a lot more clear now that an elected official should not be told how many hours he or she should be working in their position as long as they're fulfilling their duty. So if that individual can take care of 8 hours worth of work in 4 hours, that's to their benefit and to the benefit of the city, really, at the end, because the work is getting done, period. That was one of the biggest issues we had before, is that we had an absent treasurer. And I think that's where the whole full-time discussion came in. So I would be inclined to actually remove the whole full-time, part-time verbiage, as long as the job's getting done. I don't care if it's done in 10 hours a week or 40 hours a week or 80 hours a week, as long as the job's getting done. To me, that's actually the most important thing. So if we are going to make any changes, I would probably suggest to remove the, I guess, the full-time verbiage out of the requirements and keep everything else the same. And so that's all I have to say for now. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. I just had a couple of questions. When the pay was reduced previously, was it reduced because responsibilities went down or the hours worked went down?
There was extended duration of the medical leave by the prior elected city treasurer. Council gave direction to modify the pay at the time because it was during the term of it was prior to I think the city attorney can chime in.
Yeah, so
Since both of us were involved in this intimately.
It was a long thing that the council had analyzed the work performance of the prior city treasurer, and as a result of that, before her term, they dropped the salary down. After that point, a couple months after that is when she went on leave.
Could I speak to
They
that?
moved it down first.
You couldn't modify during term. That was one of the requirements.
Right,
I'd
right.
Could I comment on that, just too, since I was there when we discussed it?
And then I had some other questions.
Of course, yeah. I just wanted to add that when we did make that discussion to reduce the pay, which we did a lot of serious deliberation on that, and it was basically because we removed job duties, and we felt that the amount of job duties we reduced from the treasurer and moved to finance was roughly a 50% movement of responsibilities, and that we felt that in order to prevent any legal action, we were concerned that that might happen. So we wanted to make sure that we were making a statement that the pay cut was commensurate with the amount of responsibilities involved and transferred. And I think that's where we got the 50% cut. And it had nothing to do with the number of hours.
And also point of clarification, prior to 2018, the city treasurer and city clerk were on the elected officials resolution under one group, and we separated that out in 2018. Thank you.
Thank you. Have some of the responsibilities been restored back to that position?
Not at this time. That was a direction from council last time we're here. If the treasurer wants to chime in, the investment function is the primary responsibility now. But that was a discussion, the willingness by the treasurer to take that on. But the direction was given to wait until our deputy city treasurer completed her probation, which she has, and then we could revisit that discussion.
I think to clarify, I believe that after our current treasurer got elected, the treasurer function went back to the treasurer's office as opposed to from the finance department. So it sort of came back.
At one point, all functions were covered under finance.
Right, so that
With
part
the election of
changed.
Treasurer Goodrich, the key component, which was the investment portfolio management, that was transferred over to the treasurer.
Right.
Thank you, and I think we all agree that that's happening and that's happening well. I'm on the same page. If someone is able to perform their job duties in less time than others, then that's a good thing. I think those are all the questions I have for now. Thank you. Oh, I just a comment. I do believe the treasurer office, and I think others on this council have agreed before, does require skills that I think are deserving of compensation. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Shake.
Thank you, Mayor. Do we have any clear, specific definition of full-time? What does that mean? Do we have any clarity in any of those?
It's not defined in the resolution, and the city charter is actually silent as to the treasurer's amount of work, unlike the city clerk where it talks about their full-time and devotion to the city.
So full-time, if the duty is performed in an hour.
It just says full-time. It's not defined as 40 hours a week. It's not defined as salaried. It just says full-time.
Yep.
That's all it says. But that's the resolution, not the charter.
Yeah, that's what I was asking. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor. And, as I read through this and have been listening to this discussion, I go back to the, the campaign and the election, and also against the backdrop of the COVID pandemic. Work life in America and also work life around the globe has changed. Remote work is now a fact of life. We have office buildings globally that are empty as a direct result of the pandemic and companies allowing their staffers to work remotely, whether at home or some other off-site location. So in this instance, thinking about Councilman Shake's comment about what is the definition of full-time, I know that before COVID, it was based on hours spent in an office. I think in today's world, we have to focus on results, and we have to look at also as a duly elected official, the final arbiter of performance are the voters in the city of Torrance. So I think looking ahead, should the city treasurer's performance be rated by the voters and be found either positive or negative, then that'll be up to the voters to make a decision as to whether or not he capably performed in his duties as city treasurer. So, so full-time to me translates strictly into performance rather than time spent in a cubicle or in an office. So I just wanted to opine on that point, but I do believe that it's ultimately up to the voters to make that distinction and rate the current city treasurer based on performance. Thank you.
Thank you, Councilman Kaji. I would agree with Councilman Matucci's comment that one thing that I would agree to seriously consider is in the resolution, strike out the sentence that says the city treasurer shall devote full time to the interests of the city. I think all seven of us, I think in the city charter says we're part-time, and I think most of you know that we're not part-time. So it's a loosely used term. I know that I know there's a lot of history here, and I think campaign promises are. I don't feel comfortable to be the to tell someone what they should do with their campaign promises. That's up to them. That's it's much better that way. I know back when Councilman Treasurer Goodrich was Councilman Goodrich, when he actually brought up an item to reduce the treasurer's pay at that time to $100 a month. I think under that context, I actually voted for that, and I was on the minority end at that time. But as I look at the situation right now, is I think the issue of part-time, full-time for all the elected officials is really doesn't really apply. I think we all get the job done. I think right now, I think that the focus should be what's a reasonable compensation, and that's. And I'm open to hearing from others, but I'm not here to hold someone to a campaign promise. That's someone else will do that. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you. I wanted to add a couple things that I didn't mention earlier. I agree. I think that the elected officials should keep their own campaign promises, but obviously that's not happening, and so that's why I and others feel that there should be some integrity in the position, and that and those promises that have been made should be kept one way or another. But the other more important thing that I wanted to touch on that's important to the discussion that we haven't discussed, and that is the city treasurer, like the city clerk, is considered a department head. We as council members are not considered department heads, and also partly because we're considered part-time, as the mayor indicated. And we don't, well, maybe staff can answer this question for me. Do we have any department heads that are currently not full-time?
No, Councilman, all departments are full-time.
And do we have any department heads that work from home or away from the office on a
Very
regular basis?
No, not a regular basis.
And one of the main reasons, in my opinion, that you would have a department head working in the office on a regular basis is managing employees. And that's another issue that the current treasurer has indicated a desire to bring on more employees from the finance department to restore the department to what it was when there was a full-time treasurer on board, going back to Treasurer Barnett or even Treasurer Cortez when she was fulfilling the job. So I'm concerned that if this is a department head position, we need to be concerned that are we treating it full-time if we're going to have people working under that person? How do you manage a department if you're not there to see them like the other department heads are? So I think that's an issue that should be brought into consideration. I just wanted to add that clarity.
Thank you very much. And maybe, we actually, I think a lot of us knew back in March 2020, we actually put the positions up for election, whether it be an appointed position or elected position. So at that time, the people spoke. People could speak again in the future if that becomes an item, but that will take care of some of the concerns. I think it'll be appointed. If it's an appointed position, then by default, all those full-time issues gets clarified. But that's not an option tonight. Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. When I went back and did some reading and some research to what happened, I learned that the pay was reduced 50%. I believe it was from the original pay. And in the responsibility, some of those transferred over to finance. So if, I'll use myself as an example, if my pay is getting cut 50%, then that, to me, is a part-time position because you're paying me for 50% of the duties. I think that if we want to add some structure in, that we could follow what's already set forth by the city clerk, if that's what we want to do. But I think for tonight, until we can dig into it a little bit more, I'd have to go with Councilmember Matucci and just correct the one item in the resolution, and then we can address the rest later down the road. But for me personally, if my pay is getting cut 50%, well, you're not going to get 100% work for 50% of the pay. And I know it's not really about the pay, but I think perhaps this line was just overlooked when the resolution was being passed. And that's, that's the beauty of what we can do is correct things like that. And then if we want to bring it up later and reassess it, then we have the ability to do so. Thank you.
Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you. Not to put anybody on the spot, but Treasurer Goodrich, you had a clear direction that you shared with everybody for the office that you're holding right now. How is that going? You had a kind of a timeline of when all of these things were going to be implemented. Would you mind to share that with us?
Yes, I'd be happy to. Thank you for the opportunity. If it's all right, I'd like to summarize all my thoughts all at once at the end. Would that be okay?
Absolutely.
Including after the public speaks. I actually, I've always kept an open door policy, and I know there's a number of members of the public that would like to speak that haven't taken advantage of that, so I'd like to hear their thoughts as well. And then I can address everybody all at once.
Is that
fine.
okay?
Yeah, I said
Okay.
that's fine. Thank you.
Okay. All right. I just give the council a little bit time to click in. Any more comments and questions before we go to the public? If not, do any members of the public who wish to speak on this item? Please step forward and be mindful of the time.
Hello, I'm Melissa Wright. You probably remember me. I'm one of 3 of the 5 candidates for city treasurer at the last election. So I have followed this closely, and I have brought it forth many questions to these different meetings. And I've also, Mr. Goodrich would know that I've also emailed him months ago, and he did tell me that he figured it would take about a year to get things going and figure it out. There were some comments made tonight that I don't think was touched on. Is the thing that we need to figure out is what are those duties of the treasurer? And I'm not talking about just saying that he's in charge of or overseeing the part that you guys said, the investments, but there's more to it, the little steps, because for all we know, I look at it as a resident, and all I see is, okay, the deputy is doing the work, and he's signing off on it. And this is what happened last time. We voted for...
Thank you. We got the message. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item?
Hi. Well, so we had a full-time treasurer who didn't come. Her salary was cut in half, so she went from 120,000 more or less to 60,000, and then she didn't come. Her duties were all taken from her because she wasn't there. Okay, so now if we have another part-time treasurer, we have to start with 60,000 and cut that in half. Because we're working, I mean, when this office was given, it says that we voted for a full-time treasurer who was making 60,000. Now you're saying, well, part-time is fine, he's getting the job done. Okay, I don't know how, but then that means the salary goes down to 30,000. So council has to decide, is this part-time or full-time? Mr. Goodrich spent a lot of time and got elected saying that he would make this a part-time position.
Thank you.
Wait a minute. Judy Bernetti. I was impressed with Tim Goodrich when he said during his campaign he felt the job didn't warrant a full-time salary, and he also said he should receive a salary of $100 and benefits like some other elected positions. And later I was disappointed to see that hadn't happened. So I have the same question. If Mr. Goodrich is doing half the tasks of the previous treasurer, is he being paid half the amount of the previous treasurer, or should he be paid half the amount of the $65,000? I'm not certain about what council wants to do or what you feel about it, but it does seem like it's half the job that it used to be. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other members of the public who wish to speak?
James Henry, I think a lot of credit for the city treasurer has to be given to the deputy city treasurer, Jasmine Allen, who's doing a great job. And also, is there any time where the finance department is going to transfer the duties back to the city treasurer that it has now? And finally, on December 12th, there's going to be a budget review meeting, first quarter, and an investment summary will be part of that discussion. And I'm looking forward to it because I'm going to be transparent and there won't be any cover-up. Thank you.
Thank you. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item?
This is Andy Porchap. Let's not forget, Timmy Goodrich is a quitter. He was a council member. He quit from one day to the other. He did not show up to work back then because he was too busy making money with his company and with his office. He did not show up for like 6 meetings in a row, and then he quit. Then he ran on false promises to be a treasurer. He does absolutely nothing except what goes automatically, the investment thing. And here is the guy who was Mr. Shaparian, who was reading the 300-page indictment. We had a good treasurer. Her name was Dana Cortez. We had a good one. And when you cut her job, then she did not show up for work. She did not show up for work. And Timmy Goodrich said he would work for $100 a week. What happened? Is Timmy a liar? A flag burner? They say he's a flag burner.
Thank you, sir. Your time is up. Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Okay. Councilwoman Lewis, do you want to ask a question or a comment before Treasurer Goodrich speaks?
Yes, sir, if you don't mind. It's
Okay.
more of a procedural question, either Mr. Shaparian or Mr. Sullivan. Mr. Sullivan's looking at me like I know it's coming my way. So someone in Mr. Goodrich's position, can he cut his own pay, or is that a process that has to go through? Can you explain that one to me?
He could refuse a portion or all of his salary if he chose to do so.
Okay. And that would have to be self-declared by him?
Yes, unless the council were to change his pay by resolution.
Okay, that was my procedural question. Thank you.
Councilman Matucci.
Thank you. Just to continue on that, you said council changed the salary, but wouldn't that be effective next term?
You know, I'd have to look back at that. I know we've gone down this path several times, and I know that was the original thing, but I'd have to look back at our outside counsel's analysis of this issue of whether you could change. And I think they did say you could actually change it during the term.
Okay. I mean, just in all fairness, I don't think it's the right thing to do to change a salary after somebody's been elected. It's up to Goodrich to do whatever he feels is right with his pay. But I think if the duties are being fulfilled, I don't think we need to be touching the pay. I do think we do need to eliminate the last line of section 1.1. Thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Sheikh.
Thank you, Mayor. Mr. Sullivan, if Mr. Goodrich recuses himself, that will be applicable only to Mr. Goodrich, not for the future treasurers. Am I correct?
When you say recuses himself, refuses his salary?
I mean, reduces his salary.
Yeah, that would only be applicable to him, unless the resolution gets changed.
Okay. And the deputy treasurer, we always had that position. It's not he created. We always had deputy treasurer.
Correct. It's in the charter that the treasurer can appoint deputy treasurers.
And a question was asked earlier about the head of each department, but we have only 2 heads there or elected. Most of them are not elected officials, right?
Correct. There's 2 elected officials that are also have department head responsibilities, and then there's 2 department heads that are appointed. And plus, so actually, there's a third with this finance director who's appointed, but then reports to the city manager, whereas the city manager and the city attorney report to the council.
Okay, thank you.
Thank you. Councilman Griffiths.
Yeah, thank you, Mayor. In support of what the city treasurer said, there was a memo that we all received back in February from outside counsel on the issue of the treasurer's compensation and benefits.
Are we going to release
Hang on for a
attorney-client
second.
privilege? I just want to make sure what we're doing here. Because that's an attorney-client privilege memo. So
I
if
don't think so.
if we're going to release it, we need to vote on that. Other than the advice that I gave. So.
All right, I'll skip that. We all have the memo and we all know what it says, or we should anyway. What I can say, and correct me if I'm wrong, is that if the treasurer, he can't change the pay himself. The council has to set the pay. Unless he just refuses to cash his check or.
He could actually waive a portion or all of his salary if he chose to, but to actually change the resolution would require council action. That's
But
correct.
he could request of council to do so, to modify the resolution to a number that he would like to see it be, and if council agreed with that could then happen.
If he chose to do that, that is correct.
That's what I wanted to hear. Thank you.
All right, any other comments from the council before Treasurer Goodrich speaks? I don't see anyone. Treasurer Goodrich?
Tim Goodrich, City Treasurer. Thank you, Mayor. I just wanted to thank the council for the opportunity to set the record straight here. And speaking with a wise man last week, he advised let the facts speak for themselves, and that's what I'm going to do here tonight. So there's been a lot of allegations thrown about, and I would like to correct the record. It's been mentioned numerous times over the past months that I campaigned on the promise to reduce the pay to X amount or do it within a certain amount of time, so much so that I even started to believe it myself until I went through all my campaign material, which I always save, and I looked at all my campaign mailers, and there's no mention of timeline. There is no mention of any certain amounts. These were sent to tens of thousands of households throughout Torrance, multiple different mailers. I went to the slate mailers, looked for the same thing. None of those mentioned anything about a timeline or anything about a specific amount. So lastly, I went to the ballot statement, looked for timeline, looked for certain dollar amounts. No mention of either. So I think it's a fallacy that this allegation here about making it a central theme to my campaign is just obviously false. I can tell you that I perhaps spoke out of turn at a candidates forum, and perhaps there I did mention a timeline or a specific amount. And those candidates forums are typically attended by 30 to 40 people, and the next closest person in terms of votes in this election was 1,713 votes behind me. So I can guarantee you that it did not affect the outcome of the election. And I apologize for, if you will, getting a little ahead of myself, getting caught up in the pressures and the excitement of a campaign. I know you as elected officials have all been there before and perhaps made a verbal slip or said something that maybe later you thought you got ahead of yourself during a candidates forum. We've all been there. So also there was a communication sent out by the Seaside Neighborhood Association last night encouraging people to come out and speak on this item, saying, alleging that I'm working a full-time job in addition to the duties here. And I do have another job, but the part that's missing, the omission there, was the fact that I've taken reduced hours at my other job in order to spend more time here at the city treasurer's office. So as you know, I assumed office 1 year, 4 months ago, and hired a deputy in very short order, within 90 days. She just passed probation. She's doing an excellent job. I'd like to congratulate Jasmine for that and for her performance. Just 6 months ago, in May, I outlined to the community from this chair a 15-point strategic plan. We also have identified 5 major projects. In those 6 months, 7 strategic items of the 15 have been completed, and 1 major project of the 5 has been completed. So we are making very fast progress, as fast as possible here. And for those who might say that, well, you said that you were going to shut this office down or whatever else. Upon taking office, there were lots of unknowns. And upon taking office, not only did I find that it was vacant for 3 years, which we all knew, but that it had been stagnant for many years before that. So there are plenty of opportunities that we're able to identify, which have since paid off in the form of returns to the city. So, for example, identifying new liquidity pools, CAMP and CalTrust, which you authorized by approving the investment policy this summer. Just to give you an example, 3 years ago, this office, the investment returns were $1.2 million for the fiscal year. Last year, there was $6.7 million, and this year they're on track to be $10 million. Now, I'm always careful not to try to take too much credit because it is a high interest rate environment, but I can tell you directly, just in a period of 3 months, because of a small investment, just $5 million, I believe it was, in CAMP, one of those new liquidity pools, we earned an additional $67,000. Put that in perspective. $5 million investment is nothing for us. We have $260 million of funds invested. So there's a potential to earn a lot more than just that $67,000, which, by the way, again, was only 3 months out of the year so far. Because of that liquidity pool in CAMP, this year alone, we're looking at $512,000 of additional earnings because of the work that we've done. And that can only grow. The reason for that is because a lot of our money right now is encumbered in various funds that are not returning as much. And we don't redeem that because there would be a penalty for doing so, and it doesn't make financial sense to do that at this time. But as future years go by, that fund traditionally earns higher. So because of that, as money frees up, we'll be able to invest more in that and get higher perhaps than even this $512,000 of additional annual earnings. So in terms of reducing the pay, I am a man of my word, and I still do intend to reduce it. There's a reason in my CPR acronym and campaign theme that R was the last item of CPR. It's not just because of the last letter of the acronym, it's because I knew there might be work that would have to be done, that would have to be sorted out first. So in regards to some of the questions I think Councilmember Lewis had a very salient point about the resolution back in 2018, where we reduced the duties 50%, we reduced the pay 50%, but I do believe, having been on the council at the time, it was an oversight to also reduce the hours, because on a de facto basis, if you're doing 50% of the duties without reassigning any other duties, which we didn't do, you are, unless you're sitting there staring at a wall the other 50% of the time, there really are no other duties to be done, and on a de facto basis, you are working part-time. So the pay was already reduced to be in line with this part-time, or I'm sorry, the reduction in duties. It's hard for me to give an assessment of when I can make a recommendation of the council for the pay, because we still have half of our strategic priorities to complete. We still have 4 major projects to complete, and based on the results of those, that will largely shape the duties of the treasurer. At this point, I can't tell you what all the duties are going to be because there's, again, unknown unknowns. For example, in regards to the aforementioned cashiering with potential to bring 2 additional staff back, and also to correct a record on that, I was not advocating for that. It was an offer that our office made in order to help out another department. because we felt that we could absorb those duties and make operations across the board a little bit more efficient. Whatever the council decides on that is ultimately up to them. I'm flexible on that. And that's just one example. We don't know if we're going to be assuming 2 other employees or not. So it's kind of hard for me to tell you how hard is this position? How many hours is it going to take to supervise these 2 other employees or not if we don't get them? We're evaluating software right now, software improvements, which have the potential to bring more efficiencies to the office and save several hours every week. If we're able to implement that software, that of course will reduce the amount of time that needs to be spent in the office. So there's still a lot of unknown here, and it's going to take some time to shake out. But I'm a man of my word, and I'm telling you right now that just like in my campaign literature, it states that I will make a recommendation to the council to reduce the pay, and it will be before the end of my term, because I fully expect that before the end of my term for things to be stabilized, and we'll know much better what we're dealing with at that point. Happy to answer any other questions that anybody has. Thank you.
Thank you very
You know what,
much.
I'm sorry, there was one more thing. Somebody was asking about department heads working from home. Well, first, we're in a finance position, which is unique. And finance, especially in these days, are able to do remote work more efficiently or more ably. Second, we're a very small department. We're unique. We have 2 employees. We have a budget of approximately $300,000. And we're returning, generating about $10 million in revenue. So there's no other department that only has 2 employees. We're the smallest by far in the entire city. And so I don't think it's really accurate to compare us versus other departments because we operate much differently than other departments do. So, happy to answer any questions. Thank you.
All right, thank you very much. Does any member of the council have questions or comments? Councilman Tucci, looks like you're about to move for a motion.
Yes, Mayor, and, with all due respect to all the concerns, I understand them, but we have to remind ourselves that this is an elected position with certain, specific duties, and I think those duties are being fulfilled. And any salary discussion should be done either prior to the next election, I guess it would be 2026, or should be a voluntary thing by the treasurer. I don't think we should be discussing other people's pay that was promised or not. So at this time, I'd like to make a recommendation that we bring back a resolution that would strike Article 1, Section 1.1, the last sentence, which reads, "The city treasurer shall devote full time to the interests of the city." I believe that line should be striked out of the resolution so that we don't dictate whether it's full-time, part-time, or no time. Then the rest, of course, we can bring back at a later date, but I think for now, that's the only action I would take. Thank you.
I'm going to second that.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries. Councilmember Griffiths voting no.
Thank you. We're on to item 9J from Public Works. Is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Your Honorable Mayor and members of City Council. Yes, there is a presentation. Yes. Oh, got it. Sorry, it's 11 o'clock. My name is Lily Cortez from the Public Works Department. Item 9J is a recommendation of the Public Works Director that City Council adopt an ordinance amending Torrance Municipal Code pertaining to refuse and rubbish collection, scavenging prohibited, commercial solid waste reporting, waste diversion, recycling and graffiti, and adopt a categorical exemption under CEQA guidelines, section 15308, actions by regulatory agencies for protection of the environment, and section 1506B3, review for exemption, and to approve an ordinance summary for publication. Next slide. Or, I'm sorry. This presentation will cover the background of commercial solid waste collection operations in the city and proposed changes moving forward in order to comply with SB 1383, California's short-lived Climate Pollutant Reduction Act, as well as additional changes to commercial solid waste collection in the city. Next slide, please. Oh, I'm sorry. This is the one. SB 1383 was passed in 2016 with the goal to divert 50% of organic waste from landfills below 2014 levels by 2020 and 75% by 2025, and to recover 20% of currently disposed of edible food for human consumption by 2025. It also requires the city to provide compliant collection services to both residential and commercial customers. On January 1st, 2022, the Sanitation Division, January 1st, 2023, the Sanitation Division began its residential organics collection program. In January 2024, this proposed ordinance will allow the city to ensure all commercial properties also have access to organics collection via the private solid waste haulers operating in the city. Next slide, please. The current licensing system in place does not require private haulers to perform SB 1383 related tasks. This proposed ordinance amendment will update the current hauler license system to comply with SB 1383. Section 18997.3 of the California Public Resources Code requires jurisdictions to have specific language in either a contract, agreement, or other authorization, such as a permit or license system requiring haulers to comply with 1383. A failure to have such a system in place constitutes a major violation of the regulation, and jurisdictions that are found out of compliance are subject to penalties of up to $10,000 per day. Next slide, please. There are currently 23 waste haulers licensed to operate in the city, 13 of which provide permanent commercial solid waste collection to businesses and multifamily properties, while the other 10 provide on-call construction and demolition waste collection services only. The proposed ordinance change distinguishes between these two hauler types and adds a new requirement specifically to permanent solid waste collection haulers requesting a business license to operate in the city beginning in 2024. The supplemental application requires information in which the city is then required to report to the state, including a listing of facilities where all solid waste generated in the city is disposed of, including trash, recycling, and organics, as well as copies of permits for each facility. If bags are accepted in the organics containers, as well as written notification from each facility verifying that bags are accepted. Whether compostable plastics are accepted in the organics containers, as well as written notification from each facility that compostable plastics are accepted. A written plan for container contamination minimization, a customer listing, and a description of education and outreach activities for customers serviced by the hauler in the city. Next slide, please. In addition to the required supplemental application, licensed haulers providing permanent solid waste collection will be required to conduct and report on the following SB 1383 activities on a quarterly basis throughout the duration of their annual license. Haulers will be required to provide organic waste and recycling collection services to all serviced accounts, identify and maintain a list of edible food generators serviced, and complete annual outreach, perform annual inspections ensuring contracts and/or written or service agreements are in place with edible food recovery organizations, and if not, connect them with local food recovery organizations. Haulers will be required to conduct recycling and organics outreach to commercial accounts serviced annually, as well as use paper products that contain post-consumer recycled content for all outreach material, paper billing, and billing inserts. Conduct annual route reviews of trash, recycling, and organics collection routes regularly, and record, report, and follow up with accounts where contamination is found. And lastly, to verify and submit waiver requests to the city for approval. Next slide, please. Diversion requirements are currently outlined in the TMC, section 43.710, and by state law AB 939, the Integrated Waste Management Act, which requires jurisdictions to divert 50% of its waste stream from landfills. However, the current code lacks language preventing the city from enforcing these requirements. The proposed ordinance change adds the following penalty fee schedule to the hauler's quarterly tonnage report. Diversion rates reported between 40 and 50% will be charged $10 per ton of the recycling shortfall. Between 30 and 40% will be charged $20 per ton of the recycling shortfall. Between 20 and 30% will be charged $30 per ton of the recycling shortfall. And diversion reported 19.99% or below will be charged $40 per ton of recycling shortfall. The max penalty amount per quarter is $1,000 a day or $90,000 in aggregate. Next slide, please. Lastly, the proposed ordinance will also require permanent solid waste collection haulers to provide a minimum of 1 large item pickup per quarter for up to 20 items at no additional charge for all multi-family accounts serviced in the city. Most illegally dumped items are located adjacent to multifamily buildings or commercial areas. Items in the parkway or alley adjacent to the property address reported by the city must be collected by the hauler within 24 hours. Additional items can be collected at a rate negotiated between the property owner and the hauler. Waste haulers will also be required to provide holiday tree pickup service for multifamily properties they service for 3 weeks after Christmas Day. Next slide. This concludes my presentation. Thank you, and I'm available for any questions.
Thank you. Any members of the council have questions or comment? No one clicked in, so I will ask.
Okay.
The part about commercial solid waste haulers and diversion penalties,
Correct.
has any other cities or agency initiated something similar to this?
They have. Pasadena has this very similar system in place, and cities that have contracts with their haulers also have penalty amounts in their contracts, and it just depends on the city.
Okay, so it's one of those things that you have to catch them, and then you have to look at their trash.
No, so it's based on their quarterly reporting. So if,
So they have to report. So if they're going to get penalized, they will report in the data to us that.
So the haulers are reporting already their tonnage.
Okay.
And they're already reporting their diversion currently.
Okay.
So if, one hauler is under 50%, we currently don't have a mechanism to enforce the 50%. So it's a new system that we have because we don't actually have language to enforce the 50%. So our code says 50% is the required, and they're consistently turning in numbers that are below that, and we don't have a way to enforce it.
I see.
An example I have for the diversion is, for example, a hauler reports in their quarter that they picked up 10 tons of trash or 10 tons of material, and 4 tons or 6 tons was sent to landfill, 4 tons was diverted, either composted or recycled or however. They're off the 50% mark by 1 ton, so they would be charged $10 per that ton. So that would be their penalty.
I see. So they would know.
Yes,
when
they would know.
report, I'm going to get penalized.
It would be in their report. The formula would be in the report.
That is interesting.
Again, they're already reporting their diversion.
Okay. And the very last page with a large item collection, holiday tree collection, that's something new that you're proposing, staff is proposing.
Correct.
And do we do some inspection or verification? Is there a penalty if this is not done, if we do this?
We don't have a penalty in place yet. We are expecting them to respond in 24 hours and then kind of go from there. We do have systems in place for the license for haulers that are out of compliance currently in the TMC.
Has any other agency or city has done something like this? I'm thinking about penalty, I think Councilwoman Lewis and I just went to an event this morning in Whittier. Totally different topic,
Right.
Zero cash bail, but I'm thinking if there's no accountability or consequences for an action, why would?
If a hauler is continuously reporting they're out of compliance with their license, and their license can be suspended or revoked according to the TMC. There's guidelines in the TMC for that process.
Okay. You see where I'm getting at, right?
Yes.
Yeah.
Your Honor,
Great.
if I could, Craig Bilzerian, Public Works Director. So this is really phase one of complying with state law. We will be coming back to the council in the future to look at our fines related to illegal dumping. And so as we implement this holiday tree curbside or Christmas tree curbside collection, if we find that we need to add a penalty in our code to deal with that, we could do that as well.
Okay. So this is also, it's almost like our lights. We're going to do a little trial run.
Correct.
Okay. All right. Got it. I was just wondering, anytime we want to put something in, if someone violated, is there a penalty? Otherwise, why would someone comply?
Right.
All right. Anyone else have comments or questions? If not, does anyone from the public wish to speak on this item? You don't have to feel obligated to if you don't. Yes, that was for you.
They laughed, so I laughed because you are so freaking funny. I just keep talking because you guys spent like 45 minutes on something, Anyway, my thing is that, I appreciate, when they pick up the trash and everything. When I bought my house, anything we put out, they picked it up. Big item, small item, the guys came, they pick it up. Now you're putting on restrictions. Where do I put my leftover salad? Where do I put my, the baby wipes and whatever, And people would get, okay, if you make it easier to people so they can put it out and collect it, we don't need all these things, I have a garbage disposal. I don't need something more, one more container to put my garbage in. I have a garbage disposal. And
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? Are you coming up? Yeah. Okay. I wasn't sure. I didn't know you were taking the James Henry path.
Now, honestly, I'm confused. I tried to do this, okay, I had a honeydew, I had a cantaloupe and a watermelon. I wasn't gonna be able to get to them because I was going on vacation. I put them in my green waste. They disintegrated. When I went to take my can out, it was this sludge, a juicy, rotten sludge pile to the curb. Is that what we're supposed to be doing? Is that what you mean by these? I don't get it, and it's impossible. Then I had to clean out my garbage can because it was all full of fruit flies and crap. Excuse my language. So, can you explain it a little bit better to us, that what we're supposed to be doing? And then, like, if we don't do it, we're gonna get fined or something? What the hell?
Does anybody wish to respond or? I feel for you. I feel the same way. Anyone else from the public wish to speak on this item? Does Craig, does anyone?
I was going to say, Your Honor, just a little bit of clarification. So we previously addressed the residential element, what the city collects, about a year ago, as Lily had mentioned. We have extensive information on the Public Works website. We're available during working hours to answer any questions. And we can speak to this lady after the hearing as well. This is really to address our requirement to comply with state law to be able to enforce this with our third-party haulers, and monitor and also put information into our municipal code so that we could correctly penalize those who are not complying, such that we're not penalized and we're using taxpayer money to pay for fines that we shouldn't have to if we do this correctly. But we are available to the public during working hours to answer questions related to the residential accounts that we do service.
Got it. So this one's on commercial only, not residential, which we passed that confusing item a while ago. I know we're still grappling with it. Yeah, understand. So if you need more clarification, maybe follow up with our staff, and they'll do their best. Thank you very much. Anyone else from the public who has a question or on this item? If not, I will ask the city clerk for a number and title, please.
Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3926, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Article 15 entitled Refuse and Rubbish Collection of Chapter 3, Division 3, and amending Article 1 entitled Scavenging Prohibited of Chapter 3, Division 4, and amending Article 6 entitled Commercial Solid Waste and Reporting of Chapter 3, Division 4, and amending Article 7 entitled Waste Diversion, Recycling, and Graffiti of Chapter 3, Division 4 to establish new requirements for the commercial solid waste collection business license application to comply with SB 1383 and Chapter 3 of Division 7 of Title 14 of the California Code of Regulations relating to organic waste disposal reduction.
Motion to concur and adopt ordinance number 3926.
Second.
Councilmember Kalani, would that include the ordinance summary for publication?
And all of that, yes.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right, got it. I was just checking with the council if they need a quick break before we take on the next one. We can do this. Item 10A has been deferred to January 9th. I just want to double check. Do we need to take a motion, make a decision on that one?
Yeah, we should just open and continue it.
Yes, so I guess item 10A is open, and there's a request to continue it to January 9th, 2024. I need a motion.
Make a motion to pin the item until January 2024.
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
All right. All right, I think Councilwoman Kalani, you're going to recuse yourself?
Yes, I'll continue to recuse myself. Thank you.
All right. Okay, 11:30. Now is the time and place for a public hearing on agenda item 10B. Conduct a public hearing to consider adoption of airport landing fees. Does any other council member have anything to disclose at this moment? I know Councilwoman Kalani already recused herself. Councilman Shake?
Yes, sir. I just want to disclose that I did have a chance to meet with some of the owners of the hangars at the airport, some of the residents, and also multiple phone calls on this, but my decision will be based on the material provided to me. Thanks.
Great, thank you. I don't see any other council members clicking in. So at this moment, is there a staff presentation?
Good evening, Honorable Mayor and members of the City Council. Sheila Poisson, Finance Director. Item 10B is a recommendation of myself and the General Service Director to adopt an ordinance amending the Torrance Municipal Code, or TMC, to define and implement airport landing fees and adopt a resolution establishing the landing fee rate. During the July 25th, 2023 council meeting, City Council requested the following restrictions and exemptions to be placed on the applicability of potential landing fees. Landing fees would apply, 1, to transient aircraft, and 2, landing fees would apply to flight schools with 3 or more aircraft in their fleet, and 3, an exemption would be granted for military, public safety, medical, and Torrance-based rotary wing aircraft manufacturers. A draft ordinance under this direction is included as Attachment A. In consultation with the City Attorney's Office, staff also prepared 2 alternative ordinances for Council's consideration. Option 2 would apply landing fees to all aircraft with exemptions only for military, public safety, and medical. Option 3 is similar to Option 2, also with exemptions for military, public safety, and medical, but adds 1 more exemption for operators of helipads that are privately operated and maintained. Currently, Robinson Helicopter is the only operator at Torrance Airport that operates and maintains its own helipads on its leasehold as part of its lease with the City of Torrance. Under Option 3, if Robinson Helicopter uses its own helipads through its leasehold with the city, those landings would be exempt from landing fees. However, if Robinson Helicopter were to use the runways or public helipad for landings, then Robinson would be subject to the landing fees. The attached resolution on Attachment H provides a landing fee rate of $3 per 1,000 pounds for all aircraft weights, with a minimum charge of $6 per landing. This rate was determined by conducting a market rate study included on page 3 of the staff report. Revenues from potential landing fees would be used for the capital or operating costs and maintenance of the airport or other local facilities owned or operated by the airport and related to the air transportation of passengers. To conclude, the Finance Director and General Services Director recommend that City Council conduct a public hearing on airport landing fees, adopt an ordinance amending the TMC pertaining to airport landing fees, adopt a resolution establishing the landing fee rate, approve the ordinance summary for publication, and lastly, adopt a CEQA exemption pursuant to the California Code of Regulations and Public Resources Code. That concludes my presentation, and I'd like to open it up for questions this time.
Thank you. Does the council have any question for staff at this time? Please click in. Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor, and thank you, Ms. Poisson, for your presentation. I just want to say that I appreciate the work that staff put in to provide additional options for consideration on the landing fees. I think that in the spirit of fairness, I think in closest to the original motion that was made in July, at this point in time, I personally am supporting the option 3 now that you described as being the most fair, and that way we're charging landing fees for all those who actually physically touch our city-operated runways and help provide the funding and maintenance for the ongoing expenses of the airport. So that's where I'm leaning at the moment, and I appreciate staff's efforts to put this all together. Thank you.
Anyone else from the council? Councilwoman Lewis.
Thank you, Mayor. I do agree with Councilmember Griffiths on option 3, for the exception of one provision in option 3, and that would be to all aircraft. I think we've instituted so much since July 25th, it's hard to keep it straight at this point. Definitely appreciate, I believe it was Councilmember Griffiths that brought up the leasehold for Robinson. So I still want to hear what the public has to say before I would be able to make a decision on this. I think that our Torrance-based folks that are leasing hangars pay for operation and maintenance through the fees that they pay to lease the hangars. So that's the only holdup that I have for option 3.
All right, anyone else from the council? Going? Okay, we will now take public comment on this hearing. Each speaker will have up to 2 minutes, and please comply by the 2 minutes. And if you could do faster, please do. Madam Clerk, has anyone signed up to speak?
Yes, Your Honor. Peter Broen?
2 minutes. I only have a minute. Yeah, Peter Broen, Torrance Airport Association. Thanks for the opportunity to speak. If the landing fee proposal is fair, reasonable, and legal, why? I would expect a little bit more honesty in this whole process. 2 weeks ago, we were told in this room that a similar agenda item was being delayed because proper notice was not given. We now know the real reason was that staff had to come up with a different proposal that was that council might accept. The rationale given for landing fees, as mentioned, is to raise money for airport operations and maintenance. There is not a person in this room that believes that the reason for landing fees is money. This staff and council have never tried to hide the fact that this effort is aimed squarely at reducing operations. It was mentioned in the Daily Breeze today. Regarding the carve-out for Robinson, I mean, we all love Robinson, and no one wants them to pay landing fees, but are we expected to believe that the reason for the carve-out is that they have their own helipads? We know better. The city's rationale is entirely disingenuous. This city needs a big dose of honesty and transparency, and I'm starting to believe that, as others around the airport, the city's ultimate goal is destruction of the airport as a valuable regional facility. Thank you.
Michael Lyon?
Good evening. Well, I was doing laundry this afternoon. My wife asked me to turn off the TV for a break from the same old commercials about hard-to-pronounce health supplements, injury attorneys who fight for you, and assorted Medicare and life insurance enrollment plans. As I turned it off, I couldn't help saying to her, if only we could turn off the airplanes. As landing fees are discussed this evening, I've come here to highlight from our experience why landing fees are on the agenda. Where we live in Torrance Heights, little has changed the last couple of years with the relentless barrage of flights over our home. The sheer frequency remains off the charts. It's been like this throughout the day-to-day and most days. We support landing fees as a way of making a dent in reducing the ongoing madness over our home. Option 3 sounds pretty good. Please listen to the repeated pleas of Torrance residents to take common sense action and restore sanity to our community. Thank you very much.
John Rubaski?
Mayor and City Council, good evening, thank you. I'm a resident of Torrance. I own an airplane. I flew 35 years, retired corporate. That's why I made the comments earlier about the needs of the airport for businesses we bring in. landing fees wouldn't be wise right now. I think we need some more research into that, on how we're going to apply them, if we want to apply them. The original justification back in July, as you mentioned, was to reduction of aircraft operations and noise. That was mentioned in that council meeting that day. Landing fees not needed to offset the city's costs because we have enough money to maintain and operate the airport. That was also quoted. Every year the city council, I believe, tell me if I'm wrong, I think every year the city council moves money out of the airport fund into the general fund, I believe. Please tell me if I'm wrong. And yet there are things broken on the airport, landing lights, taxiways that are crumbling apart, things like that, striping and resurfacing of the left. In my opinion, right now, it would be a taxation. It would be punitive to any of us, especially when we think about what we're paying as airplane owners for the hangar. That money goes to airport operation. I'm not going to reduce my landing. I'm not going to reduce my landings because of a landing fee. I enjoy flying. I enjoy introducing young people and other people into flying, which I do, and landing fees aren't going to cut it. But we need to work with the community. I believe that too. I was on the Van Nuys issue for 5 years to work out noise there, and it took that long. But they were massive meetings in hotel rooms with the community, with the yeas and nays. So, thank you.
Chuck Street.
Thank you, members of the council. I'm the Western Region representative for Helicopter Association International, and we've been watching this issue very closely over the last several months. It's been said that lawmaking is a lot like sausage making. The process can be untidy, but the hope is that something good will result. You have struggled to come up with a law and a policy that will address the issue of increased flight operations at the airport. The process has not been pretty. The elephant in the room regarding this controversy is that most of this increase is the result of flight training conducted by one operator. A few months ago, that operator voluntarily agreed to measures aimed at lessening their impact on the neighborhood surrounding the airport. That initiative was rejected. They were not given the opportunity to implement these new protocols to see if they would work. Instead, you have engaged in a sometimes clumsy process of cobbling together a law that will not only severely restrict the operations of that flight training school, but also the operations of the other longtime tenants at Torrance Airport. The law being contemplated this evening has morphed into a blunt instrument that unfairly impacts all who fly into and out of the airport. Potentially, these restrictions could kill the airport. Is that your ultimate goal? In the meantime, I hope that you vote for option 3. Thank you for listening.
Kurt Robinson.
Good evening. I'm Kurt Robinson, president of Robinson Helicopter Company, and I appreciate the comments I heard earlier. I'll keep it short, but I do very much, and I've always said this at every meeting I've been, that we completely oppose the imposition of landing fees on the airport or on our business. We totally appreciate the city's desire to respond to the community and reduce noise. It's a difficult problem. We've worked on it for years and done everything we possibly can. However, the city also does have an obligation to properly manage the airport, which is a very valuable asset, which provides jobs, emergency services, and other major economic benefits, which we all know and appreciate. We don't ask for special consideration. However, as I stand here with option 3, I totally appreciate the options that the council is now considering that won't violate our long-standing lease agreements and shows the city that it respects the business community and wants to work with companies like Robinson Helicopter in the future. Thank you very much.
Keith Newmeyer.
Good evening. My name is Keith Newmeyer. I'm a 40-year resident of Torrance. I'm also the flight test manager at Robinson Helicopter Company. I strongly oppose the implementation of landing fees to Torrance-based aircraft, which include the production of Robinson helicopters. For over 40 years, Robinson has worked tirelessly with the community to reduce helicopter noise while adhering to existing municipal codes and operating safely at the Torrance Airport. Continued safe operations at the airport is paramount. Penalizing Torrance-based aircraft by adding landing fees will discourage pilots from performing normal and necessary flights to maintain competency and operate a safe Torrance Airport. Thank you.
David Smith.
Good evening, thank you. My name is David Smith. I just joined Robinson earlier this year. I'm Vice President of Operations, and one of the goals of me joining the company is to help the company grow. For the better part of the last decade, I've spent time in states, Florida, Kansas, and Texas, helping to develop aviation businesses and grow to the next level. It's important to identify that the areas that we've talked about so far of community involvement, community engagement, are important to the community inside of Robinson. We want to contribute and help solve this problem. I want to emphasize that the comments earlier that you guys have made, we greatly appreciate the consideration for manufacturing on the airport. Want to identify, though, that we are at a point in our company where we're looking at growth. We're looking at additional investment. So these additional fees have an impact on those decisions we might make. So as you make your decisions, members of the council, please consider that Robinson is daily considering additional capital investment, employment, and as you heard earlier, the fight for 100 jobs in this area is real, and it's a difficult challenge when you consider the options that companies coming to the area have. The airport is a huge advantage for the community and for Robinson Helicopters in particular. So we appreciate your consideration and look forward to continuing working with the airport. Thanks.
Tom.
Yeah, I'll make this real short. We don't need any more studies. We need to go ahead and vote on option 3. Be done with it. Go home. Everybody's blurry-eyed at this point. Thank you.
Steve Giffen.
Good evening. In 11 minutes, I could say good morning. My neighbors couldn't be here tonight. We knew it was going to be late. Normally, I would be out of town, but I happen to be here this week. I'm glad I can come. It's important. I've lived near the airport for 13 years. For 10 years, we had no issues. The airport was a good neighbor. Then we started having pilots climbing low up the hill, around circling our homes, every, literally, minute, all day. We were all out of our minds. I was putting Christmas lights out at my house last Wednesday, day before Thanksgiving. In the span of 3 hours, we had 2 planes fly from Long Beach to come circle, train in the south pattern, doing touch and goes for extended periods of time. This is driving myself, my neighbors, my family. It's driving us crazy. It's not safe. We want it to stop. That's what we're asking you to help us with. We really appreciate that. If you'll excuse me, I will leave the chambers because it is very late. I apologize. I trust you'll do the right thing. We really thank you for all the progress so far, but we need to get the airport back to being the neighbor that it was when we all moved to the neighborhood. Thank you.
I think those who submitted comment cards have been exhausted. Does any other members of the public who wish to speak on this item? You get 2 minutes. You could queue up in the center aisle if you want.
Thank you, Mayor. My name is Robin Eagles. I'm a Torrance resident, a homeowner, a taxpayer. I live in the 6th district, and I also live in the takeoff pattern from the Torrance Airport. I also work for the third largest employer in our city, Robinson Helicopter. When I purchased my home several years ago, I signed multiple required disclosures from the seller and from my real estate agent, including the one I have in my hand, stating that I understood that there would be noise from the aircraft, as did most of my neighbors when we purchased our home with full knowledge of where we were living and what was next to our homes. Tonight, the city is considering charging fees to a company not only that I work for, but that has operated here in our city since 1975. It employs more than 1,100 South Bay residents, pays its taxes, and contributes to the vibrant economy we've talked about tonight. Under FAA requirements, we must test every helicopter before it's delivered. We need to ensure that pilots are trained safely to fly these helicopters as well. I ask you today and everyone in the chamber tonight to understand what the sound of a helicopter blade really means. When you hear a helicopter, it's the sound of an organ being delivered to a transplant patient at Torrance Memorial. It's someone's mother who was airlifted for emergency care after a crash on the 405. It's the LA County Sheriff tracking a dangerous suspect. It's LA County Fire with a water bucket putting out a fire at our beloved saloon. It's a search and rescue copter rescuing a father and son whose boat capsized offshore. And you know who builds, tests, and provides many of these critical aircraft? It's Robinson Helicopter. So tonight, I urge you to recommend no landing fees for Robinson Helicopter in option 3. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I wanted to address a couple of issues tonight. The main one being that landing fees will not reduce noise at the airport. I'm one of the original based pilots who got going early on this situation, and am a great supporter of reducing this terrible noise problem that we have. But these fees that you're talking about charging me will not do it. Here's how it works. I've been a hangar attendant for quite a long time. This year, I will contribute $77,600 in fees from my hangar rental. And I am just one of 345 other hangars. Most of those cost more than my hangar, plus 181 other tie-downs and 2 huge and profitable leaseholds in the west end of the airport that also bring money into the city. The airport is an amazingly profitable blue chip asset. The landing fees by the people who cause the noise, the student training, they'll just bake that into the cost of their flight lessons. Me, I get hurt by it. All of us who are base pilots who have been there, these reasonable people, for a really long time. There's also no need for this money to pay for airport operations. We pilots fund the airport improvements, the lighting, the hangars, the fences, the striping, the replacement of the runways. We pay for that directly from the numbers that I just read you. We're self-funded, and all the millions in additional profits that the airport makes, it's a really good investment by the city, gets poured back into the general fund. So it won't solve the noise problem, and it does just penalize the good people. Thank you.
Good evening, honorable body. Matt Leknitsky, Sling Pilot Academy. I just wanted to point out what others have pointed out in that the findings in this draft ordinance mention nothing of the discussion that we've been having for the last couple of years, which has been strictly the control of airplanes in flight and an attempt to control the noise that airplanes produce, which we're on board with completely. I do want to point out that this issue of an increase in general aviation flight training activity is not unique to Torrance. It is across the entire South, LA basin. It is across Arizona, where there's a lot of large flight schools. It is across Florida, where there's a lot of large flight schools. And all of these areas have seen an uptick in flight training activity, which is obviously brought on by the severe pilot shortage that we're experiencing. So, for example, Sling Pilot Academy might be the biggest flight school at Torrance, but we are not. This is not the only place. We are not the only company that has seen a growth in flight training activities. Long Beach has seen a huge increase. They're having similar discussions with their residents. Van Nuys, Fullerton, all across Southern California. One thing I can say is we are 100% focused on reducing the noise annoyance that airplanes have. And we're very excited in the next couple of weeks to present, and we're going to invite all of you, if you'll attend, a new development that we've been working on for about 6 months for the quietest flight training airplane in any fleet anywhere. And we're looking forward to showing the efforts that we've been putting into making our airplanes even quieter than they already are. Thank you.
Good evening, Gary Palmer. When congratulating Assistant Fire Chief Hudson, many of the messages were about successful trust, advice, professionalism, and involvement. It's unfortunate that city staff and council continuously ignores FAA advice to include the trust, advice, professionalism, and involvement of active pilots regarding airport matters. An uninformed decision positions Torrance to drive away business despite economic development listing the airport on their site, increase liabilities, lose revenues, increase taxes, and opens the entire South Bay for 30-story buildings to be built all over and on the coastline. Additionally, it just seems that you're trying to reduce operations and you're penalizing the pilots, especially the base pilots, but yes, the schools too. Your focus is so intent on trying to penalize who you think the offenders are, like Sling, who is working to try and fix things, that you don't care of everyone else. And you figured out a way to carve out one helipad for Robinson, but they're going to be using the rest of the airport, and you're going to be charging them for every other activity and operation at the airport, or you're going to be in a quandary of, we're helping some but not others. Your process is broken, your people are uninformed, and you're not making smart decisions to try and address the problem that the residents have, which is the noise of the constant aircrafts overhead. Work with the pilots. We really do try to find solutions. You're not open to them, you're not listening, you're ignoring, and you think you're smart enough to do it right, and you're opening yourself to liabilities because of it.
Good evening, Judy Bernetti with Riviera Homeowners. Many people in South Torrance are happy to see the city taking steps to charge landing fees at TOA. This will be the first step to minimizing the frequency and repetitive noise from training flights, which increased exponentially since 2020. The most equitable way to enforce this may be to have all aircraft pay landing fees, but there are some reasons not to. Helicopters may be some of the noisiest aircraft up there. However, they are consistently careful to keep on the prescribed flight path straight down PCH. Robinson Helicopter employs over 1,000 people at their Torrance headquarters, and Robinson also does a lot of good for the community. They provide police helicopters, aid search and rescue, and they have their own helipad and do not use the TOA runway. So if there is an exception, it should be Robinson Helicopters. So option 3 sounds good to us too, or at least to me. Thank you.
Hi, my name is Linda Howard. I'm a Torrance resident for 30 years. I own a house in the South Pattern. And then what I have seen, though, is that there has been a reduction in noise over my neighborhood. I know that a lot of the pilots at Torrance have really worked hard to reduce that. They're keeping a narrow pattern. They're flying a little higher. There's not as much noise. I will admit I am a pilot. My plane's based out of Torrance, but I am at Long Beach. But I learned at Torrance, and losing Torrance as an asset to the community, landing fees is not going to change anything. And why should I have to pay a landing fee to land at my home airport? Why, I live a mile away from the airport, why should I have to pay a fee? That's not going to stop me. It's not going to stop most people from landing there. In fact, it'll make people mad, and you might get people flying lower again. Because they're going to say, hey, I tried, you didn't want to listen, I was trying to fly higher, I was trying to fly narrower, and you're going to punish me, so I'm getting punished, so why should I try these other efforts to do it? But I can tell you in the South Pattern, it has been quieter the last 6 months. It has been. And so these pilots are doing their job. They are flying quieter. So, and you're penalizing them anyway. Landing fees are not the answer.
Good evening. I'm Bill Tim Chizen, the chair of the TAA's Noise Abatement Advisory Committee. Airports exist for safe departure and arrival of aircraft, just like beehives. They facilitate takeoffs and landings. The council's recent decision to charge landing fees or while banning touch and goes combined will kill commerce at the airport. This will have the intended or unintended consequence of killing the airport itself. In doing so, U6 will be remembered as the council that created gridlock in Torrance. How that works is when airport commerce dies, the airport dies, just like Santa Monica. Given California's housing crisis, the state will rezone the property for high-density housing. An airport of similar size, Hughes Airport, closed in the 1980s. In the 1990s, it was taken over by developers, and the census in 2021 was 11,400 people in that size of the Torrance Airport, now called Playa Vista, and it has its own zip code. And you may be creating that by killing the airport. More specific to landing fees, the city's own annual comprehensive financial report shows that airport revenue exceeds expenses by $10 million a year. Staff's claim that landing fees are necessary to offset expenses is just a lie. Thank you.
Hello, Charles DeLeo. I've been resident in Torrance for over 30 years. I think landing fees are a great way to bring in revenue. Earlier in the evening, we heard 2 other projects that are ongoing that are bringing in extra revenue. The economic development program with businesses bringing in revenue, and also the fees that you want to associate with sanitation people that break. I think landing fees fit right in with bringing in extra revenue that the city needs and wants. And I agree with the residents about the noise, and if the pilots really want to do something, they haven't done it. I haven't noticed any reduction in our noise. So I disagree with them saying it's a penalty, and I think it's a way for you guys to get some more revenue. Thank you.
Good evening. My name is Robert Beckwith. I'm a pilot out of Torrance. I have an aircraft base there. I'm in a hangar. I pay that $7,000+ a year to actually keep my aircraft there. So we're paying that penalty. We're paying that amount to the city. We also pay property tax on our hangars there. Those of us who have hangars. A landing fee penalizes anyone based out of there, and it seems petty to make it. To have it go across to everyone, because we have a lot of operations that go on at the airport. There's maintenance shops and that require aircraft to come in that they actually service, and this will kind of make people think twice about bringing their aircraft. I've got to pay another fee to land here to have my aircraft work on to fly away, or if I want to go out, it's that thing I think in the back of my mind every time I go out. I say, well, I'm going to have to pay another fee now. It just seems paying enough now to the city to actually have our hangar, and now we're going to pay each time we have to take it out. It's like driving into your driveway. If you had to pay a fee every time you came into your driveway, would that be really the right thing to do? I'm just thinking landing fees are just not a good idea for Torrance.
Good evening. I'm Charles Costello. As the staff report points out, landing fees are common in airports in the region. So any of this doom and gloom, destroying the airport, is extreme hyperbole. It's a prudent fiscal measure to increase revenues at the airport, and it takes equitable account of heavy users. Locally based pilots typically don't fly 100 flights a day out of our airport. They'll be impacted minimally. The heavy users who are making money commercially freely using our airport facilities should pay landing fees. The transient aircraft, flight schools that come in here don't contribute anything, yet they contribute to the congestion, safety problems, pollution, and of course, noise. So this is a very reasonable measure, particularly taking into account the special circumstances, reasonable circumstances that apply to Robinson Helicopter. So I strongly urge you to go ahead and put into place a measure that's well targeted to have heavy users pay their fair share of the use of Torrance Airport. Thank you.
My name is Gary Joseph. I've been flying out of Torrance Airport for 45 years now. I figure I've paid about $500,000 in fees for hangar or tie-down fees to the city of Torrance. So after I pay $500,000 in fees, you guys want to charge me landing fees every time I land my airplane. I flew 3 patterns today with some other pilots to look at flying a different kind of pattern to see if it made any difference. And we had residents on the ground listening. We had noise monitors listening. So that means that every time I landed, which was 3 times, you would have charged me a landing fee for trying to solve this problem. I think this problem has been heavily mismanaged, terribly mismanaged. You talk about meetings back in July where you're going to introduce landing fees. Well, this thing has gone on forever. And we never get anywhere because we never look for solutions in the right place. By the way, thank you for increasing the time for 2 minutes. I'm going to read this now, and so I feel like I can breathe when I read it. So that's nicer. I appreciate it. 3 months ago at the Walteria meeting, Mr. Griffiths, you were presenting. I asked who was advising you regarding the needs of the pilot community, and you said lawyers. Honestly, I'm still laughing over that answer. I offered to find you a representative, but my phone has been silent. Shame on you. Shame on you. Let's at least set the record straight. There are not more operations at Torrance Airport than there were in the past. In 2021, there was 136,000 operations. The average for the 10-year period between 1990 and 1999 was over 200,000 operations. Now, I know there's a lot more training activity because of the Sling Academy.
Sorry, sir. You spent the first minute talking and then you started reading. I think we got what you're trying to say, though. Thank you.
Good morning, Mayor and council members, staff, and homeowners, and everyone else here. I'm Jean. I'm from the Sling Pilot Academy, and yeah, we're a heavy user. And the reason is we've got 2 demands on us here, and the one is the demand for flight training, and our business blossomed, it grew, and we started training a lot of people in the area. We thought we were going to have to bring a lot of people from outside the area, but we're training a lot of people that are actually living in the area, in the South Bay. And so, you know, I was at this meeting last time, and I was really taken by the passion which the homeowners were saying, you know, this irritating noise, and they had this little phone with the sound of the sling flying overhead is unmistakably the sling. And we've had the mayor and some council members at the airport. We've discussed this in depth. And I just want to say what we've done, Matt, myself, and our other partner, is we've spent a lot of, we actually developed, I'm one of the developers of the Sling aircraft originally in South Africa. And we've never needed to silence the aircraft. So we're very happy to say that we've come up with a very innovative way to really silence the aircraft. And it's going to be renamed the Whisper. And we're also reducing our footprint on the airfield hugely. We're going to take a lot of our aircraft away. There's going to be big changes, and hopefully we can operate in the community, with the community, and carry on training some of the local pilots. Thank you very much for your time, and have a great day.
Anyone else who wants to speak?
All right. Andy Porchop again. Here I'm reading it, but nobody reads. Mr. Shaparian is doing the negotiating with Torrance Flight Park, but I don't know if you know about it, but we never know how much is this company renting the facility or doing business, but that guy died. The guy died, so Mr. Shaparian, having negotiating with his second guy. But anyway, all people who were flying commercially this holiday, record number. Imagine, we have a pilot shortage, international pilot shortage. These dudes are bonding on, and everybody got home. Record number of people on the holiday. So, and by the way, I don't know if you forgot, Mr. Shaparian, if he negotiating these deals, Mr. Shaparian negotiated these deals. We had a law, an ordinance, only 6 pilot schools, 6 pilot schools. Mr. Shaparian did a great job to the residents of Torrance, securing 4 extra, almost doubling the pilot schools, almost doubling. Thank you, Mr. Shaparian. Thank you. Great job. You really deserve the raise they give you. Fuck you for all the noise and the air pollution and illegally letting businesses run in the city of Torrance. Illegally 4 extra pilot schools, but is not in the city rules. Explain.
Your time is up, sir. Anyone else who wishes to speak on this topic? And the microphone works very well. You don't need to yell. All right. Going? Okay, looks like all the public has spoken. Does any other council member have any other additional questions?
Until we close public hearing.
That's what I'm giving you an opportunity for questions right now. You're going for a question? Okay. You're
I'm after closing the public hearing.
okay. So Councilwoman Lewis, why don't you go first?
Thank you very much. Couple of questions, probably for legal counsel, and then a couple of statements. So as people were coming through presenting questions and points, some of the issues that I wrote down was someone mentioned that the council had a desire to close the airport, and then that would automatically trigger rezoning for high-density housing. Who would be best to address that? There's some thing out there, there's some provision that it has to go to high-density housing.
There is no plan that I'm aware of or that the council has stated to close the airport, and the state can't rezone our property unless they change state law for available things as they've done in the past, but the state's just not going to come in and rezone our property. They do allow for higher densities and things like that as they change state law over time, SB 9, SB 10, things like that. But there is no plan to close the airport at this point.
Thank you. Those were the two things that I actually wrote down. Another pilot, I believe, I'm going to assume they're a pilot, I think I wrote that down, that the council has mismanaged it and staff has mismanaged it. I know that there's not a person on this dais that has not done the research, done visits. We've visited pilots, we've visited the flight schools, we've visited residents, businesses. We've committed a lot of time to this, and this is a complex issue, and coming up with solutions that is going to work for everyone is difficult, and we're even still not there yet, even from tonight. And I think I try to get to read every email that I get to, but this batch of email was particularly disturbing because there says, if you don't do this, we're going to do this, which I think it's completely unnecessary. But getting back to the point, I'll just speak for me. What I did is I don't want anyone to accuse us that we didn't look at both sides. So I went to a friend of mine because I know nothing about airports. My thing is water. Now, if we're talking about boats on the water, then I can talk to you all day long. I got a world-renowned expert. Many of you know him, Kurt Costanza, who's the president of the National Air Transportation Association, to school me in what I didn't know and what those solutions are. I also availed him to city staff. So accusations that we haven't dug into this and actually talked to professionals is very incorrect. Matter of fact, I still have conversations with him because he has firsthand knowledge of airport operations all across the country. I appreciate that there was another option that was brought forth because Robinson is a very valued tenant on the airport. And of course, the exemptions, the only thing, and I'll say it again, that I take pause with in option 3 would be charging any pilot that has a tie down or a hangar rental landing fees. I just don't think that, I think out of that lease or that tie down agreement, the fees to operate the airport is being pulled out of that. Sans that, transient aircraft that come in, I fully support landing fees. So if there was some type of carve out provision that could state that private Torrance-based pilots who are currently under a lease or a tie-down would not be charged landing fees, then I could fully support option 3. But until I can see that, I can't support option 3 as written. So, thanks.
All right, so I'm going to ask Councilman Sheikh, is you have a question
Can we close the
now?
public hearing first?
Hold on.
Just have a comment.
Right, go ahead.
Thank you, Mayor. First of all, I really want to thank everyone who's being here and all those who have contacted us, sent us email, very valuable information. And I also want to thank our staff. I think hearing some of the folks who says that we didn't spend or we didn't have any knowledge or we don't know what we're doing, we have spent quite awful lots of time to understand each and every angle of this issue. That's the reason we brought this item back to give more time to you guys to contact us with any information that you want to share with us. We've met with some of other folks with any additional information that you want to give us so we can make our decision. And stop being ignorant. Keep on saying that we don't know what we're doing. We have given enough ample time to discuss with each and every one of you. So please don't keep on saying that we don't know what we're doing. We have spent quite lots, awful lots of time. And Torrance Airport is a gym. It's a special gym in our city. There are a lot of costs associated with this Torrance Airport. And I think the proper way is to deal with this is to have the landing fee. With all other options that are available, with all the research, with all the time that we have spent, I think the option 3 is a reasonable, perfect solution for this. After spending so much time, this is probably the best solution. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay. I think, do we have a motion to close the public hearing?
Yes, I have a motion to close public hearing.
I'll second the motion to close the public hearing.
Voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carries with Councilmember Kalani recused.
All right. Does the council wish to take action on this matter? Sure, you may speak, Councilwoman.
Thank you, Mayor. Lots of things I want to say based on some of the comments I heard from the public. As being the original maker of the motion to suggest landing fees, I want to make it clear that when I did that, it was never with the intention that I expected it would ever decrease the number of flights. It's absurd to think that anybody would not go flying because of a $6 landing fee. If you're going to want to go fly, you're going to go fly. If you've got a commercial business to train people, you're just going to increase the costs to those people. It's purely for the ability for us to charge those people fairly for the amount of use that they put on our airport. The second reason that I was very insistent upon the landing fees is it gives us the landing fee system that was proposed to us would give us the type of reporting that we've never had as far as the usage of our airport. Who's using it, how often, what aircraft are flying, and giving us greatly detailed reports on the usage of our airport, which we have never been able to have in the past. We've got cryptic reports from the FAA on a monthly basis. And with this new system, assuming this passes, we will have the ability to get great detail on how our airport is being used. And those are the two main reasons that I suggested that we do landing fees in the first place.
Sir, no more comments, please. Thank you.
The second thing I wanted to address is that there was an accusation made that we intentionally deceived the public by delaying the hearing that was originally scheduled for last week to this week. You can trust me, I, amongst many of my colleagues, were extremely upset that this got delayed for 2 weeks. We wanted to deal with this issue 2 weeks ago, and we were prepared to do so. But unfortunately, and I would like the confirmation from our city attorney that there was a legal reason for our inability to have that hearing, and it was not a deceitful tactic that was being used.
That is correct.
Thank you. Another big misconception I keep hearing over and over and over again in comments and in emails is that the airport makes money hand over fist and we're taking millions of dollars out of the airport operations and putting it into the general fund. And so I'm going to give it a brief description. I'm going to ask our finance director to clarify even more clearly, but the majority of the income that the Airport Enterprise Fund generates is as a result of the real estate around the airport, which is considered airport property, that has been leased through master leaseholds that we have with the city that generate millions and millions of dollars for the city, but has nothing to do with the actual airport operations, except for the fact that those properties happen to be on what is classified as airport land. And that's the reason why we take that money out of the Airport Enterprise Fund, is because it's not related to the operations of the airport. And so, Ms. Poisson, if you could just elaborate on that and correct me if I was wrong in any way, and make any elaborations that might be necessary to help clarify that misconception.
Sure, Councilman, Mayor, and council members. To clarify the structure of the airport fund and the reference to the annual comprehensive financial report, the $10 million that was referenced in revenue is completely related to the lease revenues that are outside the fence of the airport. So for example, mainly the car dealerships. So for the last 3 years, that 10 million, only the revenues from those leases are transferred to the general fund. So for the last 3 years, for aeronautical operations only, the net income has been between 1.9 million to 2.9 million. And that covers for future capital projects. In mentioning in the staff report in terms of operating expenses and capital expenses for the next 10-year period, or the next, I should say 5-year, because the 5-year capital plan that was adopted by council, there are only 3 capital projects that are allocated to the airport. One being airfield lighting, one for airport tower air conditioning, and one to upgrade the aviation center bathrooms. There are no plans at this time for any major improvements to the runway or any major improvements to the hangars, and as far as I know, it's pretty overdue. So if landing fees are approved, it would go towards operations as stated, and likely capital projects that have not been planned out for yet.
Thank you so much for squashing that misconception that we're rating the airline community for the benefit of the city. Last comment I wanted to address that I heard from the public is the fact that me specifically was called out by saying that the only person that I relied upon for information about the airport was lawyers. Well, I want to have our city attorney introduce one of those lawyers who's here, who's a specialist in airport-related issues, and who's been one of those people that we've leaned on heavily for important information on airport operations and legalities related to that.
Yes, with me tonight is Lori Balance, who is a renowned expert in aviation law.
And she's been very helpful in many of our closed session meetings where we've had detailed discussions about the issues before us. And as one of my colleagues said earlier, we've also spent a lot of time educating ourselves throughout these months of trying to come up with solutions to improve our airport overall. And so I think we're well on our way to doing that. And so it's with that that I'm pleased that we have this option 3 that showed up after my own uncovering of the issue of the private helipads that Robinson uses. My original motion for the landing fees was to exempt Robinson Helicopter, was to exempt the very small flight schools, and also to exempt our based pilots here who rent hangars from us. Unfortunately, because of the legal advice that we received, and I don't know if our city attorney would like to elaborate on that, but it was determined that by putting in those types of exclusions, we were creating a discriminatory motion that would not hold up in court, and that's why we had to backpedal. City attorney, if you could confirm, or Lori, if you want to comment on that.
Basically, again, Patrick Sullivan, city attorney, it is that they are supposed to be fair and equitable and non-discriminatory. And so that's the way the staff came up with the variations that we came up with.
So, and I apologize in advance to our pilots who are based here and rent hangars from the city. If this does pass, we are unfortunately going to impose a small fee on you for your use of your airport on our runways, and we'll keep that in consideration when it next time comes for upgrading the leases that we have with you. And maybe that's something that we should be looking at, is reevaluating our hangar leases. But as a result of what we have in front of us today, as I said at the beginning of the meeting, I would strongly support that we move forward with option 3. I think that is the fairest alternative to offer, that we feel legally is a safe option for us. And unless there's any further comments, and I see none lined up, I'd like to go ahead and make that motion that we do that. Go ahead.
Anyone want to click in? Councilwoman Lewis.
I'm not sure if we can do this now or if this is the appropriate time to add an exception to option 3, which out of all of the options, this is by far the best one that we've discussed and brought up. But my concern still remains that I would like for us to determine a way to exempt private pilots that have hangar leases and tie downs from landing fees. I think through their leases that I think everyone else, if it's a business or a transient, should be charged landing fees. So I don't know if we can make an amendment to that to capture that, because I don't know when everybody's leases are due. I'm assuming they're in different, they rotate through different dates.
Well, it was my understanding that we were not able to include the Torrance-based pilots because of the discriminatory clause. And so, correct me if I'm wrong, City Attorney, but that was my understanding of why we had to actually ultimately include them in the landing fees.
The argument is that they're using the runways just as anyone else. Their hangar rental fees are going towards, the hangars and things like that. It's not necessarily paying for the runways or the helipads. And so the way to make sure that it's legally defensible is to apply it to all.
Yeah, the hangar leases aren't based on anything about their usage of the runways. They could never fly, but they still pay their hangar fees.
Correct. We have non-aeronautical uses out there as well, and they don't use the runways at all. So the purpose of the landing fees is for the use of the runways and the helipads, and then as well the operation and maintenance of the airport as a whole, where the hangar is just to rent that space.
Okay, thank you. I just wanted to make sure we were perfectly clear on what it did cover and it didn't cover, so I appreciate that clarification.
Okay, anyone else? All right, Councilman Griffiths.
Thank you, Mayor. I will go ahead and make that motion that we've already conducted the public hearing. And I would like to say that we adopt the ordinance as specified in the recommendation and adopt the resolution. And the ordinance would be ordinance option 3 as it stands, and adopt a resolution establishing an airport landing fee rate as published in the item. I think no one had any questions about the fee. We all felt that that was fair based on no further discussion on that. And approve the ordinance summary for publication and adopt a CEQA exemption. That's my motion.
City Clerk, can we get a number and title before we take the vote?
Second.
Yes, Your Honor. This is ordinance number 3927, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Torrance Municipal Code Section 51.2.30 entitled Definition of Revenue Operations, Section 51.2.31 entitled Fee for Revenue Operations, and repealing Section 51.2.32 entitled Refusal for Clearance.
My motion included ordinance 3927.
Are we going to do the reso at the same time, or are you separating the vote?
Oh, do you want to do the reso too?
I think it's probably more efficient. We could add the resolution in there too.
Okay. It also includes resolution number 2023-114, a resolution of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, establishing landing fees at the Torrance Municipal Airport.
And also include resolution 2023-114 in my resolution.
Yes.
Start voting, please. Honor, that motion passes with Councilmember Kalani recused. I'll read it here from here.
Members Griffiths, Kaji,
And
Matucci, and Shake in favor. Mayor Chen against. Lewis abstain, and Kalani recused. So it passes.
Okay, let's bring Councilwoman Kalani in. Closed session.
It's easy peasy, right?
that way you're all done when you come back.
Okay, we're in session, so please allow us to speak. There are no agency agendas. We're now moving on to item 12, second reading ordinances. Item 12A, are there any questions from the council, or do any members of the, first I'll let members of the council ask any issues on, questions on 12A. If not, do any members of the public wish to speak on item 12A?
Oh, thank you for letting me speak. I'm sorry. So I just taking my minutes because you give me a minute. That's a good one, because, you know, everybody should pay the taxes, not just the hotels, you know. But I don't understand if you're passing this, you know, this Airbnbs and everything, you know, how are you going to collect the money, really? Because the hotels, they automatically collect the taxes. These Airbnbs, how are you going to collect it? How do you know who rent the Airbnb? And that's a big question. But also the Airbnb takes away money from the hotels. So the hotels give you money right away, the Airbnb, you don't even know how you're going to collect it. Maybe the treasurer knows how to collect it, because that's the treasurer's job.
Anyone else from the public who wishes to speak on this item? If not, City Clerk, may I have number and title, please?
Yes, Your Honor, this is ordinance number 3925, an ordinance of the City Council of the City of Torrance, California, amending Division 2, Chapter 22, Article 1, and Article 2 of the Torrance Municipal Code by adding new definitions to Section 222.1.2 and a new Section 222.2.13, altering authority, rules, and regulations and definitions of uniform occupancy tax.
Move to approve ordinance number 3925.
Second.
Oh. Oh, who's the second?
Second.
Start voting, please. Your Honor, that motion carried unanimously.
Thank you. Moving on to oral communications number 2. This portion of the meeting is reserved for comment on items not on the agenda. Under the Ralph M. Brown Act, City Council cannot act on items raised during public comment, but may respond briefly to statements made or questions posed. Request clarification or refer the item to staff. Speakers on the oral communications are limited to oral communications 1 or 2 and no longer than 1 minute per speaker. Time starts when you step up to the microphone. Speakers, please turn off or leave your cell phones before you come to speak. If presenting a handout to the council, please provide 11 copies to the city clerk. Do we have anyone who has not spoken in oral communications 1 who wants to speak now? Please step up to the microphone.
I'm not going to say anything too drastic other than there's a lot of stuff went on tonight and a lot of tempers flared. And I just hope that everybody can like take a breath and go home, relax, and just, like I said, take a breath and I don't know, just be peaceful. You know, city is hard to run, so I hope everybody can get along and continue on. We got a great city, so that's all I gotta say. Thanks. Good night.
Thank you very much. I think from what I see out there, all the public has spoken. So we will. Your time is up. Thank you. We'll go to the council now. I think the first person up is Councilman Griffiths.
Nothing, Your Honor. Thank you and good night.
Okay. Councilman Kaji.
Thank you, Your Honor, and thank you, people in District 1 who came out to the community meeting. It went very well. I think we cover a lot of ground, and I'd like to thank staff for all their reports. I got a lot of compliments from those residents who were able to attend. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Kalani.
Thank you, Mayor. There is a unique opportunity to see a local performance of the Nutcracker Ballet by Ballet California. The Nutcracker will be performed at El Camino College Marcy Auditorium, December 16th and 17th at 2:00 p.m. Tickets are $36 each and are available online at their website, balletcalifornia.org. Thank you and good night.
Thank you. Councilwoman Lewis.
Nothing. Good night.
Councilman Tucci.
Thank you, Mayor. Hope everyone had a great Thanksgiving. I cooked a 25-pound bird, and so did my sister. Well, she didn't cook it. She ordered it online, whatever she did. But we ended up having a lot of turkey. But she told me about it ahead of time. But I figured, you know, you can never really have too much good turkey. But anyways, I also want to thank New Challenge Ministries. They helped out. I don't know the exact number, but it's I think a couple hundred families with turkeys, chickens, and all the what do you call it?
Garnishments, fixings.
There you go. The fixings, the sides, whatever, you know, cornbread and all the stuffing and stuff like that. So, anyways, they do great work here in Torrance, and I just wanted to thank them publicly. So, and good night, everyone.
Thank you. Councilman Shate.
Thank you, Mayor. First, I want to thank Mr. LaRock and his team for organizing 43rd Annual Harry Sutter Memorial Turkey Trot Fun Run. I was at 43rd. That's what I said, right? 43rd. Okay. 43rd. It was fun. I think we had over 4,000. 10,000. Okay. Well, how can I make you happy? Just tell me.
Like don't you not be
And you finished in first place, right?
Yes. And that's right. It was a great success, a lot of fun. Also, please mark your calendar for December 11, District 3 Community Meeting at Torrance Transit Center at 6 p.m. You are invited. We will have snacks. Maybe. Last but not least, to learn about upcoming events and what is happening in Torrance, please watch Torrance Today at Torrance City Cable. Thank you, Mayor.
Thank you. A couple of weeks ago, I think a few of us, actually the three of us, went to the National League of Cities in Atlanta, and I got a few nuggets there. I think looking at public safety, it looks like our PD and real-time response center is once again right in the midst of where many parts of the country are going to right now. So everybody's pitching their version. So looking forward to seeing our version demonstrated. Thank you, Chief Hart, for getting that going. I too want to thank Community Service Director John LaRock for the 43rd, and before I said for some people is the 44th, because some of us actually went and ran the turkey trot during COVID year, so we'll have little asterisks there. But it was great, a nice little arch, and next year maybe for those elected officials who's going to run or jog or walk, maybe we'll have some interesting headgear. Hint, hint. The other thing, Councilwoman Lewis and I participated in a recording some media. I know that some of you know that the city of Torrance is against the zero bail policy that the LA County has initiated October 1. So those of you in the city of Torrance who really want to speak publicly or make it known to your public officials, even at the county level, your thoughts and opinions on the zero bail policy right now, I think please do make your thoughts and wishes known. And at this moment, the City Council will be recessed to closed session. Thank you very much. Hello, it's 1:25. We've been in closed session. City Manager, do we have any actions to report?
Nothing to report, Your Honor. Thank you.
All right. As we conclude this evening's meeting, I want to thank you for your active participation and interest in staying informed. Your involvement continues to shape Torrance and keep us moving forward. Thanks to City Cable for sharing our meetings live. In case you missed any portion of this meeting, you can find it archived online at torranceca.gov, YouTube, and Facebook. I'll take a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting.
Make a motion to adjourn tonight's meeting to Tuesday, December the 12th, 2023 at 5 p.m. for closed session. Regular business is 6:30.
Second.
Start voting, please.
Yeah, that's day. Oh, the TVs are off, so you can't.
Oh, I can't read it. Okay, hold on. That motion carried with Councilmember Lewis abstaining.
All right, good night.